Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I cannot hear you clearly anyway. Pisari, you, from your side, there's music coming on. Okay. Right. First of all, the 58 students are there. Okay, it doesn't matter. Your names, still some of you are here with your just the names. Please enter your number, registration number here. And that will allow us to take the attendance. Otherwise, it would be difficult and probably you will lose your attendance here. Right, let's come to the subject. Last day, we tried to understand some of the basics of a computer. And today, we're going to discuss how computer or the computer systems or computer related devices are used in agriculture. If I recollect some of those things that we have done last day, first of all, we discussed how to define a computer, just to understand what is the meaning of the term computer and what sort of machine represents the computing abilities or what sort of machines can be assigned as computers. So that we discussed that, and then I could not have the chance to discuss the parts of a computer completely, but at least I mentioned you that some of those input devices are there, output devices are there, and then the central processing unit and the storage devices. Now, those are the important parts of the hardware part of the computer. So before that, I mentioned you that computer, all the components of the computer can be divided into hardware and software. So both has to be there. With having just the hardware, you can do rest of the things. And at the same time, with the software, you cannot do the things with the computer. So similarly, I mentioned you that the software cannot be placed anywhere other than hardware. So that the software is normally retained or saved on hardware. So therefore, hardware is such an important thing in a computer. And then we discuss if you want to purchase a computer, what sort of features are important in deciding to purchase a computer. So what is called specifications. We mentioned something about the specifications, and we talk about the central processing unit, then the RAM, then the storage, so the hard disk types, and I mentioned about the RAM types as well, so that some of the information we discuss. And I mentioned you that the Sri Lanka or this tropical area basically use the microprocessor manufactured by Intel. So the Intel microprocessors basically due to it does not generate large quantity of heat like other other microprocessor or the manufacturer AMD microprocessors. So that compared to AMD, Intel generates less heat, so that is more suitable to our environment in case if we need to work in the normal environment. So that specifically we know that this everybody like to purchase or like to use the laptop computers, so that we don't have the chance every time to keep it in a air-conditioned room. So therefore, Intel is the type of microprocessor that we use in this area. So the priority goes to Intel. And then we talk about the giants in computer industry and then the web and things like that. So we discuss those things. Just to give you rough idea about the computer and its parts and then its normal usage. So normally we use two types of software we mentioned. That one is the major is the system software or the operating system. So the operating system that we use basically is the Windows, but in case if anybody cannot afford it, because you have to pay for that, if you cannot afford it, then you can go for Linux. So we talk about those things. And then the application software. So various different types of application software, maybe in millions by now in this world, is available. Some of those are coming free. Some of those, for most of those, you have to pay and get it. Now, as an example, the best example, so everybody is using, is the Microsoft Office. Now, you can purchase it on and install in your computer and then work with that. So Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Access, those are examples. So likewise, you have millions of those kind of software. Some of those software are coming as free, completely free, right? Completely free. So you can get them downloaded from the internet and use it without any problem. But some of those are coming as evaluation copy at the beginning. And then after some time, you have to pay some money to get its services. So that is, most of those are like that. Now, as an example, you know, even the antivirus software are like that. So you get a copy with the basic features, and when you are using, that will prompt you to purchase it, to pay some money for additional features, you know, something like that. That is how the software are. And then we discuss about the storage as well further. And I mentioned about the new trend today, because now earlier, if you want to keep the data for a long time, we use at the beginning floppy disks, and then CDs, then the DVDs, and now then at the same time the hard disk was also used. So still today we are using the DVDs and also BD. BD means Blu-ray. Actually not, it's the Blu-ray, it's Blu-ray disc. And its capacity is very high compared to the DVD, so that we use them to keep the data separately for a long time. And then the hard disk, I mentioned about the two types of hard disk. And at the end, I mentioned you that the new trend is not that. New trend is the cloud systems. So that what is called clouds. Cloud services are available online. Now, if you want to get space, you can get a certain level of space free of charge from most of the places. But if you like to go for further, then you have to pay and get it. So that is the trend, so that you don't need to keep it in any of your hard disk, or you don't have to purchase those things and maintain it separately. So therefore the one thing is easy and other is the reliable, so that you can purchase it, or else you can use your free space as well. Now, as an example, if you are using Google Drive is there. So up to a certain level, the Google Drive space is given to an email. So when you create an email, they will give you a space free of charge. Then after using it, I mean, when you are using it, that will fill it up continuously, and at a certain level. So once the whole space, as an example, 15 GB, if the 15 GB is filled, when you use all these things, then further, if you want to get it further, then you have to increase it. Or else what you have to do is to erase the unnecessary files. And likewise, you can continue, but still, if you are having some other data, like, probably you may have the videos, you may have the music and all that collections. So those can be kept in what is called this kind of storage, where you do not know it is located. Then අපි ඔය cloud space ගැන කතා කරද්දී අපට නැත්නම් වැඩි දෙනෙක් අහන ප්‍රශ්නයක් තමයි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි ඒක තියාගෙන ඉන්නවා නම් අපි වගේ data හිතන්න films නැත්නම් videos, so it consumes a large amount of space. ඒවට ලොකු ඉඩක් ඕනේ. Then sometimes high quality music and probably the documents or whatever for educational purposes what are using are not consumed much space. ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ ඔය PDF file වලට එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි පාවිච්චි කරන Word file වලට Excel, PowerPoint ඒවට මේ ලොකු ඉඩක් යන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක නිසා ඒවා දාගන්න අපිට free of charge හුඟක් වෙලාවට ඔය තියෙන ඉඩවල් අපිට free හම්බෙන ඉඩවල් හොඳටම ඇති. හැබැයි ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ තියෙන සමහර collections, සමහර එකතු කරලා තියෙන videos, අපි හිතමුකෝ කාගේ හරි wedding එකක video එකක් වගේ එකක් ගත්තත් ඒවා හුඟක් ලොකු ප්‍රමාණයක් consume කරනවා. ඊට පස්සේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ mobile phone වලින් ගන්නත් high quality photos. With the new mobile phones, you know that the camera is having high quality that can make high quality pictures, which consumes large amount of data, so that the file size is bigger. ඒවා ෆයිල් එක ලොකුයි. මොකද ඔයගොල්ලෝ ඒවා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ගන්න ගියාම ඒකේ අපි කියන resolution එක කියන්නේ අපි ඒකේ තියෙන clarity, ඒකේ තියෙන පැහැදිලිතාවය වැඩිමකින් තමයි ඔයගොල්ලෝ හැම වෙලාවෙම ගන්න උත්සාහ කරන්නේ අවශ්‍ය නැතත්. අන්න ඒක තමයි සමහර අය කරන වැරද්ද. හැමෝම නෙමෙයි, දන්න අය ඔක වැඩි අඩු කරලා කරගන්නවා. නොදන්න අය ඔක ගන්න ගියාම ගන්න ෆොටෝ එක හුඟ ලොකුයි. එතකොට තමන්ගේ ෆෝන් එක ඇතුලේ තියෙන මෙමරි එකේ උනත් තියාගන්න පුළුවන් ප්‍රමාණය සීමා වෙනවා. So ඒක අපි එළියට සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි සැරින් සැරේ එළියට ගන්නවා. අරගෙන hard disk එකක නැත්නම් DVD එකක නැත්නම් Blu-ray disk එකක තමයි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ලියලා තියන්නේ. Now with the new trend, you are not doing that. You directly upload it into the cloud. දැන් උතන මම ඉස්සලා කියාගෙන ආව දේ තමයි හුඟ දෙනෙක් අහන ප්‍රශ්නේ අපිට ඔය දෙන cloud එක තියෙන්නේ කොහෙද? ඒක වැඩ කරන්නේ කොහොමද? If you go through the web, ඔයගොල්ලෝ web එක ගිහිල්ලා බැලුවොත් එහෙම what are cloud system, how it works කියලා type කරොත්, then you would be able to see how it works, right? ඒක වැඩ කරන්නේ ඒවත් servers තමයි, ඒවා තියෙන hard disk වලම තමයි ඒවා තියෙන්නේ. ඒ වුණාට ඒක ලෝකයේ මේ එක තැනකයි කියලා නැහැ. ඒවා ලෝකයේ තැන් කීපයක අපි කියනවා mirror sites කියලා ඒවට. දැන් අපි හිතමු ලංකාවේ එකක් තියෙන්න පුළුවන් Google servers ලංකාවේ තියෙනවා. ඒ තියෙන එක Google එකකට දැම්මොත් ලංකාවේ තියෙන ළඟම එක ලියුණාට ඒකේ ආරක්ෂාවට මෙතන විතරක් ඒක තියෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක තව ලෝකයේ තියෙන nodes ගොඩ තියෙනවා. ඒ තියෙන තැන්වලත් ඔක ලියනවා backups හැටියට ලියලා තියෙනවා. So therefore the safety is much better here. අපි දාගත්තොත් hard disk එකක අපේ hard disk එකේ විතරයි ඒක තියෙන්නේ සමහර විට. දෙකක් උඩ දාගන්න පුළුවන් සමහර අය දාගන්නවා එහෙම. ඒ hard disk එකට එකක් තියෙන වෙලාවක ඒ hard disk එක පිච්චුනොත් right එහෙම නැත්නම් hard disk එක නැති වුණොත් ඔයගොල්ලන්ට නැති වෙනවා. data ටික නැති වෙනවා. දැන් cloud system එකකට upload වුණාම ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ mobile වලින් දැනටත් ඔයගොල්ලන් cloud system වල automatically upload වෙනවා. ඔයගොල්ලෝ දන්නවා ඒක ඔයගොල්ලෝ හදාගත්තොත් connectivity when you connect your mobile phone with the internet connection that will automatically uploaded into the cloud system. Cloud එකකට OneDrive එහෙම නැත්නම් Google Drive ඔය හොඳ examples දෙකක් වැඩි දිනෙක පාවිච්චි කරන ඒකට upload වෙලා යනවා. Automatically make upload වෙනවා ඔයගොල්ලෝ හදලා තිබ්බොත්. But keep in mind the data consumes. You have to pay for the data. So data වලට ගෙවන්න ඕනේ. එතකොට එක limit එකකට එනකන් OneDrive and the Google Drive and there are so many other types of drives as well. They will allow you to save the data in those cloud systems. If you are having large quantity of data, then you need to purchase the space. Space එක purchase කරන්න ඕනේ. දැන් trend එක එකයි ලෝකේ බොහෝ රටවල් වල දැන් අපි තාම එතනට යමින් ඉන්නවා. ඒවා දැන් with hard disk වගේව පැත්තකට දාලා cloud system වලම වැඩ කරන කොටසක් ලෝකේ ඉන්නවා සමහර රටවල් වල ඒගොල්ලෝ cloud වලින්මයි ඔක්කොම කරන්නේ. Whenever you go into another country, then you can access it without much problem, right? So you don't need to do anything. Just having the internet connectivity to your mobile phone or a laptop or other computer, and then you can access your data. So it's easy and reliable. ඒ හේතුව නිසා ඉස්සරහදී cloud system තමයි අපි පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ. So why I am stressing this, why I stress it here is that now in case of agriculture, when you are dealing with agriculture and the IT, agriculture is basically done in the field, not in in-house. In-house agriculture is also there, but in most of the situation, you are in the field. So that within the field, storing something with the hard disk or those other storage is difficult. What easiest is to connect to it to the internet and then upload it into the clouds. අපිට ලේසිම cloud වලින් ගන්න එකයි. එතකොට එතනින් තව තැනකට කොහාට හරි ගියත් අපිට cloud වලින් access කරන්න පුළුවන්. If you have the internet connectivity, then you can access them. So that is the beauty of it, and therefore becoming popular here in Sri Lanka as well. Ogollo දැනට experience කරනවා. I know that you people are also using that. So that is the trend in the future, probably in 10-15 years time. So everything will come on to the cloud systems or online. අපි එතන පාවිච්චි කරනවා අපි online. Now we are online now. අපි ඉන්නේ online. Right? So with the data, with the usage of this internet connectivity, we can be online and access the things. Data can be sent and received so that communication is done, right? Communication එක තමයි අපි මේ කරන්නේ. එහෙම තමයි අපිට අලුත් system දැන් වැඩ කරන්නේ ඉස්සරහට. All these databases are online today, right? ඔක්කොම තියෙන්නේ දැන් online. අපි offline යන්නේ නෑ හුඟක් තැන්වල. අපි තාමත් මේ ලංකාවේ offline තියෙන වෙලාවල් තියෙනවා. පාවිච්චි කරන වෙලාවල් online නැතිව. But basically everybody like to go for online through by the usage of this what is called cloud systems. I am stressing it. That is because that is the easiest and the most reliable data storage and accessing system currently available on with the current technology. දැනට අපිට ලෝකයේ තියෙන තාක්ෂණයත් එක්ක වඩාම සුරක්ෂිත විදිහට දත්ත තියාගන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙමත් නැත්නම් ලේසියෙන්ම දත්ත අපිට ගන්න ඒ වගේම දාන්න ලේසිම ක්‍රමය තමයි cloud system පාවිච්චි කරන එක. ඒතර example එකක් හැටියට ගත්තොත් ඔයගොල්ලෝ දැනට cloud system එක පාවිච්චි කරනවා. හොඳම උදාහරණය ඔබට the Gmail. So your Gmail accounts are associated with a cloud storage. ඒක තියෙනවා cloud storage එකක් ඔයගොල්ලන්ට දීලා mail එකක් ආවොත් Dropbox එක එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි කියන්නේ ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ inbox එක ඒක තියෙන්නේ cloud එකේ. That is associated with your email account. Email account එකට සම්බන්ධ වෙලායි තියෙන්නේ. ඒතර එනේවා ඒක ඇතුළට වැටෙනවා එක්තරා සීමාවක් වෙනකන් ඒකට පිරෙන්න ඉඩ දෙනවා. Now normally with the normal account 15 GB. In case if it is a organization, for some organizations that is there's no limit. Somebody disturbing. Right. Okay. Now, as an example, as the university, we are having unlimited storage capacity given. For a private companies also, they can also get it, or else they can pay and get it. Ek වැඩි කරගන්න ඕන නම් individual කරන එක්කෙනෙකුට individuals රට so that they can pay small amount of dollars and get the space, but keep in mind not one time payment that has to be paid. I think you can opt for that either monthly by I think biannual is also available. I'm not sure, but anyway annual available. Monthly ගෙවන්න පුළුවන් මාසෙකට මම හිතන්නේ අවුරුද්දට දේවතාව ගෙවන්නත් පුළුවන් 6 මාසෙකට සැරයක් නැත්නම් අවුරුද්දකට සැරයක් ගෙවන්න පුළුවන් annual subscription so that you have to pay and get it. හැබැයි ලොකු ප්‍රමාණයක් නෙමෙයි පොඩි ගාණක් ගෙවන්නේ. ගෙවලා ගන්න පුළුවන්. So that is the most easiest and the reliable way of handling data or keeping data for long time. So that we discussed something last day. I mentioned about that thing, so that now I discuss that in detail, right? මම ටිකක් විස්තර ඇතුව දැන් කිව්වේ ඒකයි ඔයගොල්ලන්ට ඒක ඉගෙන ගන්න. Right. Then that is about the computers and computer systems. I think I mentioned that the computers that we use are in different, we give different names, right? Like desktop or laptop. Basically, those are the two that we used here most frequently used kind of computer. වැඩිපුරම අපි computers පාවිච්චි කරනවා වර්ගීකරණය පිළිබඳව කල්පනා කරොත් කතා කරොත් අපි laptop desktop කියන දෙක තමයි වැඩිපුරම භාවිතා වෙන්නේ. ඊට වඩා පොඩි ඒවා අපි සමහරවිට palm top කියන නමින් හඳුන්වනවා. නමුත් වෙන වෙන නම් ඒවට දීලා තියෙනවා මේ වෙනකොට. සපුංචි computer චූටි ඒවත් අපි පාවිච්චි කරනවා. නමුත් වැඩිපුරම පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ laptop and desktop කියන වර්ග දෙක. And then the other type of computer that you normally hear is the server. Now, server computers are different from your laptop or desktop. Different means that their ability to work or the speed and other capabilities are also at the highest level. ඒවා ගණන් වැඩි, ඒවා ක්‍රියාකාරීත්වය ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ සාමාන්‍ය පාවිච්චි කරන ක්‍රියාකාරීත්වයට වඩා වේගවත්. ඒක තමයි ඔය server computers වල තියෙන වෙනස. And number of processors that you have in your computer is 1. දැන් ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ desktop එක හෝ laptop එක බැලුවොත් ඕකේ තියෙන්නේ CPU එකයි. අපි server computers ගත්තොත් server computers වල එකකට වැඩියෙන් තියෙනවා. සමහර විට හතරක් තියෙන අවස්ථාවක් තියෙනවා, ඊට වැඩි අවස්ථාවක් තියෙනවා depending on the server. අර එක වැඩ කරන්න ඕනේ වේගය සහ කරන වැඩ ප්‍රමාණය මත ඒ ගණන සංඛ්‍යාව වෙනස් කරනවා. ඒක වෙනස් වෙනකොට ඒක ඇතුලේ ස්ට්‍රක්චර් එකත් සම්පූර්ණයෙන් වෙනස් වෙනවා. මිල බොහොම අධිකයි. මේ වෙනකොට සර්වර් කම්පියුටර් එකක් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ගන්න බෑ මිලියන් එකකට අඩුවෙන්. ඒ කියන්නේ පහළම තියෙන එක ගන්නත් මිලියන් එකක් විතර යනවා ශ්‍රී ලංකන් රුපීස් වලින්. අපි සාමාන්‍ය මැද තරමේ එකක් මේ වෙනකොට මිලියන් 10ක් විතර සමහර විට වෙනවා. හොඳ එකක් අපි ගන්න ගියොත්, හොඳ බ්‍රෑන්ඩ් එකක් ගන්න ගියොත්. නිසා මිලියන් වැඩි, but you know it's a 24-hour 7-day operation. We don't normally shut down the server. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි මාකර repair එකකට හරි මොනවා හරි එකට ඇරුණාම server කියන එකක් අපි shut down කරන්නේ. So the backup systems are given for the power. අපි light ගියා කියලා servers නතර වෙන්න බෑ, ඒවා දුවන්න ඕනේ හරියට. ඒක නිසා power systems නැත්නම් generators are given for those places. ඒවා දුවන්නේ ඒ විදිහටයි. ඒක නිසා අර ඒ වගේ server computers තමයි අපි අන්තර්ජාලයේදී එකට සම්බන්ධ කරලා තියන්නේ. ඒවා සැරින් සැරේ shut down වෙන කලාතුරකින් වෙන අවස්ථා තියෙනවා. මොනවා හරි ලොකු ප්‍රශ්නයක් වුණොත්, power problem එකක් මොනවා හරි වුණොත්, ඒව නැත්නම් කම්පියුටර් එකේ ලොකු ෆෝල්ට් එකක් ආවොත්, මොනවා හරි පාර්ට් එකක ලොකු ප්‍රශ්නයක් ආවොත් ඉතින් අපිට ෂට් ඩවුන් කරන්නත් වෙනවා. සමහර විට ෂට් ඩවුන් වෙනවා ඔටෝමැටිකලි ඒවා. එහෙම වුණොත් සර්විසස් නැතුව යනවා. අපිට ඒ ඇරෙන්න සාමාන්‍ය අපේ කම්පියුටර්ස් වගේ ඕන් ඔෆ් කරන්නේ නැහැ. ඒවා දිගට තියෙන්නේ. එතකොට ඕවා තමයි අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් කතා කරන කම්පියුටර්ස් වර්ග වැඩිපුර තියෙන්නේ. ඊට අමතරව තව තියෙනවා එක එක දේවල්. අපි ඒව ගැන ලොකුවට අපිට කතා කරන්න උනා වෙන්නේ නැහැ. Now if you take the bank machines කියන්නේ මොනවද අපි ඒවට කියන්නේ ATM, automatic teller machines. ATMs, automatic teller machines. Now those machines, now you are dealing with these machines, right? So you go to deposit and also to withdraw the money from that. So those are one of the best example for computer systems which are connected with high-end servers. අන්න ඒවා හොඳ example එකක්. high-end servers මොනවද කියලා බලා ගන්න. කියන්නේ servers වලත් ඉහළම මට්ටමේ server එකකට තමයි ඒවා සම්බන්ධ වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. ඒක තමයි දැන් රටේ ලෝකේ ඕන තැනක ඉඳලා ගනුදෙනු කරන්න පුළුවන් මට්ටමට එක මොහොතේ කොච්චර ප්‍රමාණයක් ඒකෙන් කරනවා ඇතිද කියලා ඔයගොල්ලොන්ට මම හිතන්නේ තේරුම් ගත හැකි. I think you can understand that the large number of people are trying to reach or trying to access this database. So those databases are normally stored in servers. So the server that's why servers are high-end servers. If something happened to one server, that will be taken over by another server. So there are backup servers. So those systems are run with several servers connected together with several nodes there. So therefore, normally systems are not normally shut down, right? If something happened to one, there will be another one. So that will come up and give the service until other is repaired or whatever the technical faults and all that. So those has to be restored. Until the restoration, the another will work for that. ඒ විදිහට තමයි ලෝකේ ඒ වගේ high end server systems හදලා run කරන්නේ. Okay. I think now you have good idea about the computers and computer systems that which can be used for the agriculture as well. Then the similar kind of computers can also serve in the agriculture. So like in other places. Now, you know, when we talk about the ATM, that is in the banking sector. And similarly, we have the server systems with some intelligence for the medical field. So likewise, we have the computer systems that can serve in the education field. Now you know that we are using the LMS and all that, so that is also there in servers. So serve to you with various different features helpful in education. So that's the situation, so that we'll try to understand how these computers can be used in agriculture. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, sorry for the delay. We were talking about the right. We were talking about the computers that can be used in agriculture. So that now, when we are using the ICT in agriculture, there is a separate subject that has already been introduced as e-agriculture, or else electronic agriculture. Electronic agriculture. Mm. Right, sorry for the disturbance again. Electronic agriculture. So I'll share you a slide here. Here you are. E-agriculture. Now, this is a emerging subject yet. So that what is e-agriculture means? There are two objectives here. One is to support the sustainable agriculture systems, and the other is the rural development. So this is an emerging technology, emerging sort of field that can use to exchange the information, idea, and resources for sustainable agriculture and the rural development. Now the word sustainable, you already heard about it and probably know about the sustainability. What is sustainable agriculture? Right? Now, if you can understand it properly, then as well, right? Sustainability. Sustainable means that you should be able to continue it for, thousands of years. or else without deteriorating anything in the environment. A sustainable කියන වචනේ, that is very important word at this moment, right? The sustainable. We everything is talk about sustainable. Now, in case if you talk about a home, that should be sustainable. Your almost all the system should be sustainable. So otherwise, that will collapse at some point. So therefore, the sustainability is important. Okay. Now, the sustainable agriculture means that you should be able to do the agriculture. That is what we meaning of that. And also in the other words, you should be able to provide, or you should be able to supply the agricultural products continuously to the population. Continuously. If you think the sustainable agriculture, you should be able to produce the things continuously, at the same time preserving the environment. දැන් එතන තමයි sustainability කියන වචනේ ඔන්න ටිකක් හිතන්න වෙන තැන. දැන් අපිට continuously agriculture produce ගණ්ඩ නම් ඒ ගලයි තමන්ට භාවිතා කරලා ඒ වැඩේ කරන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්න ඕනේ. කරන්න බැරි වුණොත් එහෙම කොතන හරි මොකක් කර ප්‍රශ්නයක් වුණොත් ඒක sustainable නෑ. Now as an example, you know that the soil, pasa, soil, we should try to make it sustainable. ඒකේ යම්කිසි වගාවක් කරලා ඒකේ හැමදාට මේ වගාව දිගට ගන්න පුළුවන් විදිහට ඒ soil එක පාවිච්චි කරන්න ඕනේ. You should not extract the things extensively. If you want to do something, then you have to provide, or you have to supply the things, necessary things to the soil. Then only you can make it sustainable. ඒක sustainable කරන්න පුළුවන් ඉන්නේ එතකොට තමයි. So that is what we do. So that is what we suggest for the farmers to add organic matter into soil. දැන් එක වතාවක් මොනවා හරි වවනකොට ඒකේ තියෙන nutrients අපි වවන crop එකට ගන්නවා. Absorb, that will be absorbed into the crop, to the plant. So thereby you are removing those things from the crop into the market or to the consumers. දැන් ඒකේ nutrients එක එනවා එළියට. Then to be sustainable, you should provide that amount of nutrient into the soil. Otherwise, it won't be sustainable. ඒක sustain වෙන්නේ නැහැ. So that has to be done. So there are natural ways and means of doing that. So that if you can identify those things correctly, now as an example, adding organic matter or the compost into soil. So that is one way of doing that. There are so many other things as well. And natural systems are also there, and then the organisms are helping to do so, and things like that. So we can discuss a lot of things, but sustainable, the word sustainable is important here. So when defining e-agriculture or electronic agriculture, what we try to do here is to give the support of computer and computer-based systems to maintain the sustainability in agriculture, and also at the same time to rural development. The make objective එක ඇතුලේ ප්‍රධාන කොටස් දෙකක් තියෙනවා. එකක් තමයි sustainability, and other is the rural development. So agriculture sustainable කරන්නත් rural development එක. අපි දන්නවා දුප්පත් මිනිස්සු තමයි දැන් අපේ රටේ. If you take the country like us, most of the farmers, most are not all, most of the farmers most of those are poor people. Most of those are poor people. So that e-agriculture is targeting to uplift the livelihood of the rural people. Livelihood of the rural people. එතකොට අපි මේ e-agriculture හරහා වැඩ දෙකක් කරන්න උත්සාහ කරනවා. එකක් තමයි sustainability in agriculture. ඒතර අපි අපේ කෘෂිකර්මාන්තය දිගටම එක විදිහට පවත්වාගත හැකි ආකාරයට යමක් කරන්නට උදව් වෙන්නට ඕනේ. ඒක තමයි එක අරමුණක් මේකේ. අනිත් එක තමයි දුප්පත් එහෙම නැත්නම් ඈත රිමෝට් ඒරියාස් කියලා අපි කියනවා. ඈත ජීවත් වෙන වැඩි පහසුකම් නැති ඉන්න ගොවි සමාජ නම් වන්නට. So that we should be able to uplift the livelihood of the farmers who are living in remote areas or in rural areas. So that is one thing. Now we should try to understand how that can be done. Very briefly, you know that what has happened today even in the rural areas, that most of the people in Sri Lanka or in the world, if you take the whole world, people are using mobiles with the mobile technology that is coming from that is electronic, that is computer based. So that has been introduced and people are now people are now using that facility. Excuse me. By using that, you can help the people to uplift their livelihood. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ජීවන තත්ත්වය වර්ධනය කරගන්න ඒක හරහා කෘෂිකර්මාන්තයත් එක්ක බැඳිච්ච ඒ ජීවිත හොඳ කරගන්න නැත්නම් හොඳ තැනකට ගේන්න උදව් කරන්න පුළුවන්ද, කොහොමද උදව් කරන්නේ කියන එක ගැන තමයි e-agriculture වලදී සාකච්ඡා වෙන්නේ, right? So what we are discussing here in agriculture is that the electronic based systems, as an example the mobile phones, how those can be used to uplift the rural or the farmers in remote areas and how to sustain the agriculture. කෘෂිකර්මාන්තය අපි දිගට පවත්වාගෙන යාම සඳහා අවශ්‍ය දේවල් මේක හරහා ලබා දෙන්නේ කොහොමද කියලා. Now one such very good example is that you know that we have various agriculture information services today. Now as an example, agriculture department is providing separate SMS service and then the caller service and also the websites and videos, YouTube videos and all that. So using all this, the mobile technology allows the farmers to use the technology or to pass all the necessary information about agriculture, the market information and all that, right? So that is how e-agriculture helps the farmers to do these two things, right? අපි කොහොමද sustainable කරන්න කියන එක පිළිබඳව අධ්‍යාපනය ලබා දෙනවා. So the education means that those may be in text form to read it on. ඒක mobile phone එකක් උඩ හෝ computer එකක් උඩ කියවන්න පුළුවන්. Or else that will be shown by means of videos. You wait for a while. Right. Okay, now we were talking about the agriculture. So with that, we can provide the information to the farmers through this mobile system. So in the form of text, in the form of videos, or in the form of probably the dialogues, right? So when they raise a question, when they put sort of a question here, the people will answer by text or by video. So, they can speak to the people. The dialogues can go on with the mobile facility. Mobile එකත් එක්ක ඒ වැඩේ කරන්න පුළුවන්. So thereby we can do the education. That is the way of educating people. And at the same time, we can ask them to come for, workshops. Now like this, now we are having a lecture here. So you can learn something. So I can show you how to do it and things like that by means of a video or some of the things. I can do it here, then you can see it, how that can be done. So likewise, that sort of workshops can be arranged. Now, earlier we had sort of problems with the, wait for a while. Right, okay, we'll move on here. Agriculture can be studied under several major areas. So that is the services of agriculture. That is what I mentioned earlier. Now, the first of all, the weather information. So these days, that the weather is bit of a harsh weather at this moment in some areas of the country. So that the weather information can be taken, that is such important for agriculture. So the farmers can get the weather information from our own state service or else from other world recognized weather stations. Likewise, anyway, the information can be taken, right? That is one sort of important thing in the agriculture that can reach the people as an e-service, electronic means. Then the price information, market information, right? Then at අපි හිතමුකෝ නුවරඑළියේ ඉන්න එක්කෙනෙකුට කොළඹ මාකට් එකේ ගාණ දැනගන්න ඕන නම් මේ සිස්ටම් එක හරහා දැනගන්න පුළුවන්. Price information and the production and cultivation techniques. That is what I mentioned you earlier. Crop production, මොනවා හරි දෙයක් වවන්න අලුත්ම ටෙක්නික් එක මොනවද? ඒකේ කරන්නේ කොහොමද? ඒ ටික ලේසියෙන්ම by means of videos or else they can read on the screen. Screen එක උඩ කියවන්න පුළුවන් text එකක් හැටියට. එහෙම නැත්නම් වීඩියෝ එකක් බලන්න පුළුවන්. අලුත්ම techniques මොනවද කියලා අහගන්න පුළුවන්. Right? So those are normally given through this system. Plant nutrient and water usage. So how to use it, how nutrition has to be done, things like that. So the newest information can be taken. Then the education and the health information and the government and non-government facilities. So what sort of things are facilitated by the government? What are the things that you can do with that? That sort of information has been given through this system. Then the demands and current stock information if necessary. and the disease and insect information. Now, so we need to discuss this in detail later. Detail means to some extent, we will discuss this, right? Now, this is such important because most of the farmers are not capable of identifying occurrence of a disease in advance because of inexperience. So some people do, and some of the farmers are very capable of doing that. But at the same time, the most of those are not like that. ඔයගොල්ලෝ දන්නවා ගහකට ලෙඩක් හැදෙන්න එන පළවෙනිම අවස්ථාවේ අඳුරගන්න පුළුවන් නම් it is easy for anybody to treat it. ඒකට treat කරන්න ලේසි. පහු වෙනකොට වැඩේ අමාරුයි. But you have to have sort of experience, or you should read or to learn about it by using the photographs or videos or whatever. එතකොට ඒ මගින් තමයි අඳුරගන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්නේ ටක් ගාලා එහෙම එකක් හැදෙනකොට හැදෙන්න එනකොට මොකක්ද කියන එක තේරුම් ගන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්නේ. For that purpose, so all the necessary videos and photographs and the necessary instructions have been given. ඒකට treat කරන්නේ කොහොමද? මොනවද පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ? So those things are there in these e-services. Let's see what are the e-services later on, right? With the another slide. This is an insect information. Then e-resources. As e-resources that can be used in agriculture. Basically, everybody knows about the internet. With the internet, you can find almost anything today. Then, ඕනම කෙනෙක් දන්නවා මේ වෙනකොට අන්තර්ජාලය පාවිච්චි කරලා almost anything ඕනම දෙයක් හොයන්න පුළුවන්. හොයන්න බැරි දෙයක් නැති තරම්. Right? බැරි දෙයක් නැති තරම් ඕනම දෙයක් කරන්න. How to do it? Do it yourself. Then අපිටම යම් කිසි දෙයක් කරගන්න ඕන නම් කරගන්න පුළුවන් දේවල් කොහොමද කරගන්න පුළුවන් කියලා තියෙනවා. යම් කිසි දෙයක් හොයාගන්න ඕන කොහෙද තින්නේ මොන වගේවත් තින්නේ කියලා ඒකත් ඔයගලන්ට පුළුවන්. So that you have electronic markets. You have the delivery services that is connected with electronic market as well. So if you want to find out something and get it, that is very easy today. So probably those will be delivered to your doorstep. ඒක ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ ගෙදරටම ගෙනල්ලා දෙනවා. You can pay it using e-money, or else the credit cards or the debit cards. Credit card, debit card පාවිච්චි කරලා ඔයගොල්ලන්ට පුළුවන් මේවෙන් ගෙවන්න. So those facilities are available today. So the internet is such a good assistant that that will give very good assistant to agriculture. Other මේ අපේ කෘෂිකර්මාන්තයට ඔය කියන අන්තර්ජාලය සහ අනික් ඒකට සම්බන්ධ වෙලා තියෙන e-services ටික අතිශයින්ම උදව් වෙනවා. Now earlier those will be delivered as the DVDs or BDs. ඒවා උඩ තියනවා බලන්න පුළුවන්. Or that is coming in flash drives or the USB flash disk. And then finally with the solar techniques, different techniques have been introduced. And here are the major types of e-resources that we have for this. First of all, e-books. Now, if you want to find out information in detail about a subject, you have the e-books. So some are coming free of charge. So you can use them easily, get it done and read on the screen. But some of those are not coming free, but pay and get it. You pay some money and you can read those things, or you can get it download, right? So those are coming as e-books. Then email, I mean, not necessary for me to tell you anything about email. All people know how to operate email, how to get them and things like that. And search engines and portals, Search engines, you know what the search engines are. Google is the best at the moment. Yahoo, you know, thousands of search engines available. So you can read the, or you can, sorry, you can find the information very easily using search engine. You use keywords here, right? Now, one word here is that now if you use the Google, you are using the what is called the database of the Google. අපි Google search engine එක පාවිච්චි කළොත් එයාට search කරන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්නේ Google ගේ දැනට තියෙන database එක විතරයි. But there are some search engines which are not just the having one. They can search several databases at once. මේ සමහර අය ඉන්නවා as an example Metacrawler. මේ තමන්ගේ එක විතරක් නැත්නම් එකක් විතරක් නෙමෙයි බලන්නේ කීපයක් බලලා තොරතුරු දෙන්න පුළුවන් අය ඉන්නවා මේ අතර. So when you try now, let's say everybody is now trying Gmail. What is called Google. So once Google is done, when you try, if you cannot find something, අපි හිතමු එකේ මොනවත් ඔයාලට වැදගත් දෙයක් කියලා හොයාගන්න බැරි වුණොත්, so you can try some other meta crawlers. Then search engine කීපයක් search කරලා ගන්න පුළුවන් services උත් තියෙනවා. So those are available, right? ඒ වගේ එකකින් පාවිච්චි කරලා සමහරවල් කීපයක් හොයලා දෙන කෙනෙකුගෙන් ඊට වඩා information එකක් සමහර විට ගන්න පුළුවන්. But keep in mind in this world, the best is there with the Google. Google ට කිට්ටු කරන්න කාටවත් බෑ. So no one can even reach the Google, right? Its database. So therefore Google is mostly successful, but keep in mind there are some examples that can be given. Sometimes you cannot get something very let's say relevant to you. අපි හොයන දේ හරියටම ඒ තියෙන එකේ හම්බ නොවෙන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙම වෙලාවට අපි අනිත් જાතිය search engine එක search engine කීපයක් පාවිච්චි කරන හොයන්න පුළුවන් search engine එකක් පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන්, right? And then the websites or web pages, so you can get the information. That is how you get it through the internet facility. Then the e-journals, electronic journals are available. And then the databases, online databases. Now as an example, IRRI, IRRI, International Rice Research Institute. They are having a database. It's online. You can get the information from there. So that is an international database. එකම අපේ එක රටක ගැන නෙමෙයි රටවල් ලෝකේ rice වවන මේ මොනවාද rice production කරන ඔක්කොම රටවල් වලින් ගන්න තොරතුරු මේ database එකේ තියෙනවා. It's in the IRRI, right? International Rice Research Institute. So it's an online database. Likewise, there are so many databases available. And audiovisual and multimedia collections, online this is repeated, make it repeated, right? Online library catalogs. So online libraries are also available for you free of charge. For some libraries you have to pay, but there are free services as well. And electronic bulletin boards, those are also available for you to get the e-resources, right? Then the other electronic devices, I think you already know, we discussed those things, right? Right, let's come to this now. Mobile technology. So you already know what the mobile is. Now earlier, what we used was to communicate between the computer systems is the wired system. Wires were used, right? By that time, basically what we used was the copper wires. Then After some time, the aluminium, various other metals were used, but still the copper wires are used. Still it is using. So anyhow, after that, people want to move the items, electronic items here and there with the wires. They cannot do it. So therefore, they started developing technologies, what is called mobile. So while moving, you should be able to use the technology. So without wires. So that is what we call the mobile. So today, we are talking about mobile telephones, mobile telephones. Then the mobile computing, so that you can do sort of computing while moving, mobile computing. And then the electronic devices become portable today. Those are portable systems or portable devices that can easily handle, even keeping it in your pocket and work. And then the network. Total network systems are now going into mobile technology. They are now operating with mobiles. Now earlier in if you take our university situation, of course, at the beginning, we did not have any mobile facility. Wi-Fi was not there. By that time, Wi-Fi was not there anyway. And then we had wires. Wired network was there. So that you have to connect your computer, whatever the desktop or the laptop, that has to be connected to the wall outlet. Then only you can get the internet facility. That is how we operated there. Then after some time, two technologies came in worthwhile discussing here. One is the Wi-Fi, other is the Bluetooth. Two technologies. ඔය දෙක තමයි අපිට වඩාම අදටත් පාවිච්චි වෙන technologies දෙක. So there are other technologies as well, right? The mobile technology, several technologies are used, but as the users of the computers, then you are using Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. Now, what is the difference between Wi-Fi and the Bluetooth? Now, Bluetooth is restricted of 5 to not more than that. So the idea of Bluetooth is that is to unite, or that is to connect the devices within that area together. So you can send or receive the data among those devices within a certain area. අර කියන මීටර් 5-10 සීමාව ඇතුලේ තියෙන 5ක් වෙනකොට හොඳට වැඩ කරනවා, 10ක් වෙනකොට හිමින් අඩු වෙනවා. ඒකයි 5-10 කියන්නේ අපි. ඒ ඒරියා එක ඇතුලේ තියෙන devices ටික අපිට පුළුවන් එකට එකතු කරන්න. ඒ කියන්නේ එකතු කරන්න කියන්නේ ඒ අතර දත්ත හුමාරු කරන්න අපිට පුළුවන්කම ඇති වෙනවා. That is what we call Bluetooth. Now, why it is called Bluetooth? මොකද සමහර අය අහනවා ඇයි මේකට Bluetooth කියන්නේ කියලා. Bluetooth කියන්නේ නිල් දත කියන එකනේ. ඇයි මේකට එහෙම කියන්නේ කියලා. So that is because of emperors. That's the name of an emperor who was there in Europe. I can't remember the era. ඒ කාලේ හිටපු emperor කෙනෙක්, he united බෙදිලා තියෙච්ච රටවල් කීපයක් එකට එකතු කළා. So that the countries, they had small countries. So he unite all these things into one country, one big country. So that what is happening in the Bluetooth is also the same. Therefore, that technology was named as the Bluetooth. That is how it becomes Bluetooth. Bluetooth tune ekai, right? And then the Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is having a lot of advantages than the Bluetooth, and that can go up to several kilometers. Normally, Wi-Fi strength has to be restricted depending on the laws and the rules of the country. So that is not normally allowed to go lengthy areas. ඒක දෙන්නේ නෑ අපිට ඕන විදිහට ප්‍රමාණයටම වැඩ කරන්න. So that is restricted to probably about half a kilometer. If you want to use more than that, then you have to get the permission from the commission. So Sri Lanka, we are having a telecommunication commission. So they are the one who is having the authority to issue such licenses. So license are there with the service providers. Service providers රට දීලා තියෙනවා ඒ ටිකක් දිගට පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන් Wi-Fi facility එක ඒගොල්ලන්ට පාවිච්චි කළ හැකි. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ license තියෙනවා. So you have to get a license if you want to, but normally we are not normally given the such license. ඒ වගේ license අපිට දෙන්නේ නැහැ. Now as a university, we also cannot get that sort of things. Only thing that we use is within a building or around the building. So that may go up to somewhere around say 100 meters. අපිට පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් devices meter 100ක් වෙනකම් වැඩ කරන්න. So not more than that. ඊට වඩා වැඩි එකක් අපිට ගෙන්නන්න බෑ. ගෙන්නන්න දෙන්නේ නැහැ. So it is regulating, right? So that is the kind of problem that we have in using devices. Right. Then other important thing is that the Wi-Fi technology is having some limitations as well. Now keep in mind that Bluetooth and both are the same. The mobile technology ඇත්තටම තියෙන එක disadvantage එකක් තමයි. One such disadvantage with the mobile technology is that when somebody is trying to get the service, so it depends on the number of users from one point at that moment. I think you can understand what I'm trying to say, right? If there is now the Wi-Fi facility is provided using what is called access points. Now, if you are sitting in a room, if you already have the Wi-Fi facility here, then that is coming from some place, from a device. That devices are the Wi-Fi providing device. So if you are the only one that by that time connected to that device, you get the maximum capacity of that device. එක එක device එකට දෙන්න පුළුවන් දත්තවල ප්‍රමාණයක් තියෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ speed එකක් තියෙනවා. Speed is there, right? Now when another person is connected with the same type of same speed of device, then the data providing ability of that device, depending on that will be divided into 50%, 50%. Then not a bedila. Likewise, if there are 10 people connected, then the bandwidth will be divided into 10. එක්කෙනෙකුට හම්බෙන්නේ 10න් 1යි. 1/10 can be taken by one people if there are 10 people connected to there. So that won't happen in wired systems. අපි අර බිත්තියට කනෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහලා වයර් එකක් ගහලා කනෙක්ට් කරලා ගන්න වයර් එකක සිස්ටම් එකේදී මේක වෙන්නේ නැහැ. So each guy or each person can get its maximum. But in case of Wi-Fi, it does not happen. And then thereby, Wi-Fi is having some disadvantage. Now, as this happens when in a lecture hall, right? So there is normally we give one or sometimes for 2 lecture halls, there may be one access point. So anyhow, for each, let's say the lecture hall is having one access point. There may be 100, 200 students there. When only one student is trying to get the internet facility there, he can do the things without any problem because that is fast enough to serve more than 50. 50කට විතර සාමාන්‍ය ස්පීඩ් එකකින් වැඩ කරන්න ඕන කරන ස්පීඩ් එක එකකින් ගන්න පුළුවන්. So that if one start doing that, he can get its highest. Then two people, then still now that will be divided into two and get it, but still that can work. දෙකක් දෙන්නෙක් කනෙක් වුණා කියලා ඒක දැනෙන්නේ නැහැ කාටවත්. 3 4 5 6 ඔහොම කනෙක් වෙවි ගියොත් 20ක් 25ක් වෙනකලුත් දැනෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඊට වඩා එහා යන්න ගත්තාම ඔන්න ස්පීඩ් එක අඩු වෙන්න දැනෙනවා. 50ක් විතර යනකොට ස්පීඩ් එක යම් කිසි දුරකට අඩු වෙලා තමයි දැනෙන්නේ. දැන් මේක 100ක් විතර කනෙක්ට් කළොත් ස්පීඩ් එක හොඳටම අඩු වෙනවා. That will be really low. Right? So but still anybody can connect. Connections can be taken, but the speed is very low because there is a restriction, data passing restriction there in a access point. Access point එකට handle කරන්න පුළුවන් උපරිමයක් තියෙනවා. Speed එකේ ඒ උපරිමයට තමයි අරයා අරගෙන දෙන්නේ, එතනින් එහා දෙන්නේ නැහැ. So that is one such disadvantage with the mobile technology. So the similar thing happens in your area as well. Now you are using a tower. Towers capability of the tower depends on the component that the service provider has fixed on the tower. Tower එකේ fix කරලා තියෙන electronic devices ඔයගලන්ට ඔය දෙන මේවා එකේ ප්‍රමාණය මත තමයි ඒක තීරණය වෙන්නේ. ඒතර හුඟ දෙනෙක් කනෙක්ට් වෙන්න ගිය ගමන් කියනවා එකම වෙලාවෙ කනෙක්ට් වුණොත් ස්පීඩ් එක අඩු වෙනවා. ඒතර ඔයගොල්ලන්ට එන්නේ අඩු ස්පීඩ් එකක්. හැබැයි දැන් if you try to connect at let's say at 2 am පාන්දර 2කට විතර කනෙක්ට් කරලා බලන්න. ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ ස්පීඩ් එක maximum මේ වෙලාවට ගන්න පුළුවන්. But in daytime it is difficult and even at nights it is bit difficult, right? වැඩි දිනෙක පාවිච්චි කරන්න බලන වෙලාවට අමාරුයි. අනික් වෙලාවට ගන්න ලේසි. That is the problem of mobile technology එකේ තියෙන එක්තරා විදිහක ප්‍රශ්නයක්, right? Right. Then now here are the mobile technologies that we came through, right? SMS, you know what it is, right? Short message service. GPRS, general packet radio service. Now this is what we are using actually. So even if you do not know what it is, GPRS කියන්නේ මොකක්ද කියලා සමහරලාට ඔයගොල්ලෝ නොදන්නවා වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. Now your mobile phones, we use GPRS. Now you are not very much using this. Then the MMS, multimedia messaging system. MMS උත් ඔයගොල්ලෝ පාවිච්චි කරනවා, online පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන්, so that with the mobile phones, right? Then I mentioned about the Bluetooth. Bluetooth is still we use Bluetooth, right? Bluetooth පාවිච්චි කරනවා. Now when you know that the within a vehicle වාහනයක යනකොට call එකක් ආවොත් ඔයගොල්ලෝ පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ Bluetooth. Or else now if you want to pass a photograph. Now let's say you are taking photographs using your mobile phone. Now you want to get it onto a laptop. Laptop එක උඩට එක දාගන්න ඕන නම් you can use Bluetooth. You can use the cable, that is true. With the cable you can do that, but if you do not have the cable at this moment, then you can use Bluetooth and transfer the photograph into the computer using Bluetooth. So we use Bluetooth connectivity by that time. And then the Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi stands for wireless fidelity. I forgot to mention about it, right? Wireless fidelity. Then you may have heard about the generations of the communication lines or the speed of the communications. Now starting from 1G, first generation, second generation, then the third generation, it is designated as 3G, then 3.5G, 4G, 4.5G, 5G, 5.5G, likewise it goes on, right? Now we are having at least 4G in most of the metropolitan areas and even 5G in some areas, right? Then the GPS, you know what the GPS, probably you may have heard about GPS. global positioning system, right? And also uh, yes, the global positioning system. Now, where you are at that moment can be, that can be, I mean, as a place, we can get data. Then, අපි ලෝකයේ මේ මොහොතේ ඉන්නේ කොහෙද කියන එක පිළිබඳව අපිට පුළුවන් data එකක් ගන්න. Right? So that is normally taken from the satellite. මේක satellite වලින් තමයි අපි මේ GPS position එක ගන්නෙ. Global positioning system. ලෝකයේ ඒ වෙලාවේ තමන් position වෙලා ඉන්නේ කොහෙද කියන එක බලන්නේ GPS එකෙන්. That is really helpful in most of the high-tech applications today. Now vehicles are run using GPS. Rather, අපේ රටේ තාම මේවා හරියට පාවිච්චි වෙන්නේ නැතුව මිසක් GPS systems වලින් තමයි even the the airplanes, then the trains and the buses and other small vehicles as well. All these are having GPS facilities, so that therefore they can get a lot of information about where they are and what's happening in other areas and things like that. So warning systems are available. යම්කිසි ප්‍රදේශයකට යනකොට ඒ පැත්තේ weather එක කොහොමද කියලා information එක තමන්ට ගන්න පුළුවන්. The petrol stations කිට්ටු යනකොට කොහෙද fuel තියෙන්නේ. ඔයගේ facility ගොඩක් මේ GPS systems හරහා අපිට ගන්නට පුළුවන්. Right? And then similarly for agriculture, so we can get a lot of information using GPS system, right? So we'll come to that next. Then the CLI facility, you know what it is, the wireless application protocol, web protocol. So those are, I think, common things today. That is the mobile. And here is the 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G. Starting from 1980, 1G came in, and then 2019, 5G have been introduced to Sri Lanka. And the important thing about the 5G is that with that there is a new concept coming in. May IoT කියන concept එක. IoT means Internet of Things. Internet of Things, right? So Internet of Things have been introduced with the introduction of 5G. May 5G කියන එකත් එක්ක තමයි මේ Internet of Things කියන concept එක එන්නේ. Right? So under 5G we can go up to 10 Gbps, gigabits per second. තප්පරයකට gigabits 10ක් transmit කරන්න පුළුවන් මේ system එක හරහා maximum 5G වල. So that allows us to operate IoT. IoT can be directly applied in the agriculture. IoT කියන එක අපි apply කරනවා agriculture වල. And even the 4G, with the 4G, we were able to send and receive the videos, because videos are bigger files normally. So with having large data handling capacity, then only you can send and receive the videos, otherwise difficult. But with the 4G, introduction of 4G in 2009, we could send and receive videos successfully. It is a බැරි වුණා නෙමෙයි, පුංචි වහෙම ඇරියා. හැබැයි සාර්ථකව අරින්න බෑ, ලොකු ඒවා අරින්නත් බෑ. 2009 4G ආවට පස්සේ අපිට පුළුවන් වුණා ඒක වේගෙන් අරින්න. So 4G is having 1 to 1.45 Gbps ability. Gigabyte 1.45 ප්‍රමාණයක ස්පීඩ් එකක් ඒකේ තියෙනවා. But when it comes to 5G, it becomes 10 Gbps. 10 Gbps. Now this has been increased further, but most of the in Sri Lankan situation, 5.5 is also there, but not more than that. But in other countries, this goes to 6G as well. Now it's becoming 6G. Right. So that is the timeline of that. And with this, 3G, 4G, the mobile level, but when it comes to 5G, not only the mobile, but also connecting all the things together as IoT concept. Then, look here. We are using a term called smart farming. Smart farming, right? Smart farming today, you may have heard about smart farming. Smart farming means with the support of the computers, we can do the farming activities. With the support of the computing or support of the IT equipment. So we can do the farming, right? All the farm management and rest of the new technologies can be applied using ICT-based devices. ICT-based devices. So that connection of all these together is called IoT. And IoT, right? This is starting from GPS, Global Positioning System. And then the concept called big data. Concept. So you have to find out what it is, right? I don't have time to discuss those things in detail. That is big data. And the GPS, then the other technologies that we have by that time, I mean, the computer-based technologies and data management, and all these will come to the term called, an umbrella term called Internet of Things. Internet of Things, right? And before discussing the Internet of Things, I like to come to another term here. Before that, let's think about this as well. Artificial intelligence. And that is another thing that is coming with this, the connection with IoT. IoT ekat ekka sambandha වෙච්ච අනිත් term එකක් තමයි artificial intelligence. Now I think you can understand what is artificial intelligence when you start typing something to your search engine. අපි තුමු Google වලට Google search engine එකට ගිහිල්ලා ඔයගොල්ලෝ මොනවා හරි type කරන්න පටන් ගත්තොත් ගන්නකොටම අකුරු දෙකක් තුනක් type වෙනකොට ඔයගලන්ට යටින් පෙන්නනවා list එකක්. So that is artificial intelligence, right? Google thinks, Google server, it's it's like a brain, right? It's thinking that this guy is trying to search something similar to this. අපි නිකන් අකුරු දෙකක් තුනක් ගහනකොට මෙයා suggest කරනවා එක එක දේවල්. Artificial suggestions. So that is what we call the artificial intelligence, right? It's having some knowledge. So artificial intelligence is the simulation of human intelligence processed by machines. Machines වලින් කරන එකක්, spare computer system, right? Somebody is disturbing again. Krishna. Okay. Right. Now, here are some of the examples for this. Manufacturing robots. The robots are available today so that they can do something, but not completely independently, but in a certain area, they have given necessary instructions how to handle it. Handle according to the situation. එතන සිද්ධ වෙන දෙයක් අනුව ඒකට මොනවා වගේ දෙයක් කළ යුතුයිද කියන එක ඒගොල්ලන්ට කියලා තියෙනවා. So that is what we call manufacturing robots. So they have the artificial intelligence. ඒගොල්ලන්ට artificial intelligence දීලා තියෙනවා. Self-driving cars. The cars available today without a driver, they can run from the specified places. One place, so you have to specify it. and where to go, you have to specify. Then the car will go. So taking all the necessary parameters, all the information, and car will go from one place to other place. Self-driving cars. Then the smart assistants. Then the assistants are there. Now, as an example, you know that even when you go to a website today, you get assistance, right? Do you need assistance? So sometimes, those are artificial. Some of those are artificial. Some are, live, coming live, and some are artificial. Artificial assistance. Those are artificial intelligence. Then automated financial investing. The financial investing can be done automatically. So there is no human involvement there. You can do it yourself, right? So you will be supported by the server where the artificial intelligence is operating. And virtual travel booking agents, I think you have the experience on that. So that is now, as an example, TripAdvisor, or else, similar kind of booking services are available. So all the necessary information will be given, and when you want to get the information, so they have the frequently asked questions. So when you try to get some information, the related information will be given to you. Right? And social media monitoring, that is another example for that, right? Let's come to IoT now. IoT. Now, before coming to IoT, I mentioned about the AI, so you should better understanding what it is as well. Now, here is the IoT, how to define IoT, right? The system of interrelated computing devices, mechanical and digital machines, provided with unique identifiers and the ability to transfer data over a network or internet, or else we say clouds, without requiring human or human to computer interactions. So in this operation, no humans are necessary. IoT waladi human interference එකක් ඒ මැදදී නෑ, මුලදී අපි කියනවා මෙහෙමයි කරන්න. So we specify at the beginning, we already feed the things into the machine. How to do this? If it happens like this, do this. If it happens this way, do this. Likewise, we instruct the robot. Actually, it's a robot, it's a computer, let's say. We provide all those necessary information into that. And then when you let it operate, then that can take the decisions and do it. So those are Internet of Things. For this purpose, you need to have connections between various different devices, as an example, to get the data. Now, let's say a device or a system that has been developed to feed the water into a in-house situation. Api hitamu greenhouse එකක් ඇතුලේ. Green කියන වචනේ වැරදි නම් අපි කියමු polyhouse. It's a polyhouse where some sort of cultivation is done. So let's say bell pepper cultivation inside the house, polyhouse or greenhouse or whatever, right? So it's there. Now you know that has to provide water time to time. අපි දන්නවා වතුර අපිට ඒකට දෙන්න වෙනවා. සරින් සරි අපි දාන්න ඕනනේ, එක්ක ගිහලා කවුරු හරි දාන්න. But if you make an automated system, then there is let's say you need to know the moisture level of the soil. අපි හිතමු bag වල හිටවල තියෙන්නේ කියලා. If you put them in a bag, so you have to measure the moisture content of water, or let's say the water holding capacity. You have to measure it, and then you need a sensor there. Now from those sensors are set to the soil. Now from using those sensors, you can get the data, right? And then once it is fed into the computers, now we already had a program. අපි හිතමු අපි program එකක් ලියලා තියෙනවා, and that has been fed already into the computer, that when the moisture content goes down from this point, අපි point එකක් දෙනවා. අපි හිතමු අපි නිකන් කියනවා 150කට වඩා අඩු වුණාම. අඩු වුණොත් then pump has to start and water need to be injected into that particular bag. ඒ කියන bag එකට ඒ ගහට විතරක් වතුර දාන්න ඕන. කොච්චර ප්‍රමාණයක්. So calculation can be done according to the moisture content already. So when that has been started injecting, then you know the water content will go up, the moisture level will go up, and that will also be monitored. So we'll normally allow them to go up to a certain level, and then that will be stopped. Right. Now that is done. No, that this operation is done by a IoT system. For that purpose, you need to operate the electronic devices like, you know, the sensors, and then the mechanical pumps like that, and the water has to be pumped, and that has to come through the lines and then inject into the water, into the soil. And likewise, it's a complete circle. When once the moisture has come up to a certain level, then that has to be stopped. That has to be stopped. So that is how the IoT system works. What IoT system make a and at the same time, this information is passed into a certain computer, probably an owner of that or a technical person of this, and his phone or her phone will get this information as well. What's happening within the house now? ඒක ඇතුලේ මේ වෙලාවේ මොකද්ද වෙන්නේ? ඒක ඇතුලේ temperature එක කීයද? ඒකේ moisture level එක කීයද? ඒකේ මේ වෙනකොට මොකද්ද වෙන්නේ? pump එක වැඩ කරනවද නැද්ද? So all this information can be taken via internet into the mobile phone. Even without going into the polyhouse, anybody can operate it from one place. Now, that is the automated system, but if you want to change it from here, then you can change it from your mobile. Mobile apps, it's available. So that sort of thing is what we call the IoT, right? Internet of Things. So here, of course, clouds are very important and the data connections are important. Both are basically wireless connections. Wireless connection. Internet එක හරියට නැති වුණොත් ඔන්න දැන් data ගන්න බැරුව වෙනවා සමහර වෙලාවට. Mobile phone එකට අපිට පේන්නේ නැතුව වෙනවා. So if the connections are okay, then this system will work fine without any problem. Okay. Right. That is what we call the IoT. Then here you are. You can understand the devices, electronic devices, or almost anything can have the connection with IoT. මේ ඕනම එකක් IoT කියන එකට සංකල්පයට එකතු කරලා හදලා ගන්න පුළුවන්. Right? That is Internet of Things. So that is such an important thing in agriculture these days. I mean, if you look into modern agriculture setups in most of the European countries, or else, and basically in Israel, Germany, like countries, and then USA, Canada, Australia, Japan, even in Malaysia, Thailand, or else in China. So they are running the agriculture, or basically in-house agriculture. In-house in the sense the house means now the very big houses like this, right? So those are operated with the IoT systems. IoT systems වලින් තමයි ඒගොල්ලෝ මේවා කරන්නේ අද වෙනකොට. So Sri Lanka, we are not using very much at the moment, but now going towards that, introducing new systems with that, IoT systems. Okay. Now here is a IoT based weather station. Now they are having certain things here. I mean, get the temperature, then the humidity and the rainfall. All these measurements can be taken from this, and then the data will be transmitted into another mobile service, mobile phones or whatever, by this. And also this data will be fed into their system to take the decisions by what we call the robo systems. The මෙතනින් තමයි data ටික ඒගොල්ලෝ ගන්න. Agriculture field එකේ data ටික ගන්න. So these are called weather stations, IoT based weather stations. So the IoT is helpful in monitoring climatic conditions. That is one application in agriculture, right? Give me a minute. Okay. Yes, now monitoring of climatic conditions. This is one application of IoT in agriculture. So that the measurements like climatic conditions to map the climatic conditions and decide the appropriate crops necessary for that period, and to, you know, depending on the soil and the other various other factors, like, you know, the soil depth and everything, and then that requirement measurements can be taken with that. And then there is another term called precision farming. So I think you may have heard about that as well. So for precision farming means what is most necessary, most appropriate for that place. Precision farming වලින් අපි කරන්නේ යම්කිසි ප්‍රදේශයකට, යම්කිසි තැනකට, විශේෂිත තැනකට ඌමනාව කරන දේවල්, එතන ගත හැකි උපරිමේ ගත හැකි දේ එතනට දෙන එක. Right? What is most appropriate conditions, or the, you know, the type of the crop, or the period that you can do the practices and things. All these will be considered under precision farming, right? වඩා නිවැරදිව හැමදේම කරන්න තමයි එතන උත්සාහ කරන්නේ precision farming වලදී, right? So the you can use the various different electronic devices and also mechanical devices to do the precision farming. අපි ඒකට තමයි precision farming කියන්නේ. ඒ දෙයක් අහක යන්නේ නැති වෙන්න සියලුම දේ නිවැරදිව භාවිතා කිරීම තමයි precision කියන වචනේ තේරුම එක. Then the second is the automated smart greenhouses. That is what I mentioned you earlier. So that you can use these greenhouses, so you can develop a greenhouse like that using IoT facilities, right? Now, basically, there what we use is the microcontrollers, sensors, and the apps. ඔය තුන තමයි අපි මූලිකව පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ. Basically, what we use in IoT is the microcontrollers, so the microprocessors, sensors, and applications, small applications. Those are the basics, right? And here you can see the smart greenhouse, right? That's a smart greenhouse where you can see now a crop is there, and that has been connected with the water supplying system. Water supplying system, that is called the environmental control here, to control the environment within it. Make ඇතුලේ මේ ගහ හැදෙන්න උවමනා කරන environment එක. හදන්න උවමනා කරන දේවල් තමයි මෙතනින් පෙන්නන්නේ, right? Environment. So the sensors are there, environment sensors. So they just to get the temperature basically, and then the humidity, and then the pressure, and rest of the, I mean, if there is any wind action, so those can be measured here, right? So environmental sensors are there, and then how to treat them. Now, as an example, if the humidity, the amount of water vapor in the air is changed, then you have to add water into that. What is called atomizing. Atomizing has to be done. For that purpose, for atomizing devices are there. When the moisture level goes down, moisture means the water content in the environment, in air. So what is called humidity. When the humidity goes down, we have to increase the humidity. So to do so, atomizing has to be done. So the pumps will start, and then water will come, and then that will atomize automatically. That is done automatically. Then මේක ඇතුලේ වැඩ කරන්න කවුරුවත් සේවකයෝ මේ වැඩ ටිකට ඕනේ නැහැ. There are certain other things that you have to attend, but for this you don't need that. Now then you have the cameras, so that anybody can, a manager can see what is happening here and things like that. That is also available. And then the data gateway, so that all this data can be monitored from some other place. මේ gateway එකක් දාලා internet හරහා connect කරලා තියෙන servers වලට, right? So this is for fertilizing also it is the same, right? Fertilizing අපි fertilizer ඔයගොල්ලෝ දන්නවා liquid fertilizer තමයි හුඟක් වෙලාවට මේවා පාවිච්චි වෙන්නේ. So that what we use is the fertigation unit. So this fertigation is done automatically. So these can measure the nutrient content of the soil. Soil nutrient content can be taken using a sensor. For nitrogen sensors are there. Phosphorus sensors. Potassium sensors. Likewise, for other also sensors are there. So with the sensors, amount of nutrients can be measured, and that is the data is coming here. If the level goes down, then fertigation unit starts, and that will fertilize. That is what happens in this situation, right? So that those are the IoT based polyhouses or greenhouses. I think සමහර අයකට polyhouse කියනවා, සමහර අය greenhouse කියනවා, but when you look this, that is not green. සමහර අය කියනවා මේ කොළ පාට නෑ, ඒක නිසා green නැහැ. In fact, the greenhouse concept is different from that, right? අපි මේක කොළ පාටට පේනවට නෙමෙයි greenhouse කියලා කියන්නේ. So the greenhouse effect occurs here, right? So that anyway, that's it. And the control the environment, you can read this, right? To control the environment in an intelligent greenhouse, various sensors are used to measure environmental parameters and automatically control operating mechanics like turning on fans. That now when the temperature is high, when the temperature becomes higher, to lower down the temperature, the exhaust fans will start. Uda canopy එකේ තියෙනවා exhaust fans start වෙලා temperature එක අඩු කරනවා. If the temperature is low, then that has to be increased so that the heaters will start. Heaters වැඩ කරන්න ගන්නවා temperature එක වැඩි කරන්න. Right? That is how it works. So the Wi-Fi facility is given there, and therefore you can, without having wires, these devices can be connected together through Wi-Fi facility. That is how it happens. This is what I mentioned you earlier, automatic irrigation. Irrigation can be done using that, right? Now here are the irrigation systems that you have. Probably for the soil, you have the sensors there. Then valves, on-off valves are there. So using a mobile app, you can control the situation, right? For that purpose, you need to have various different electronic devices here. These are now available in the market for very lesser prices. May samara දේවල් අපි හිතන තරම් දැන් ගණන් නැහැ. Right? ගණන් අඩුයි. අපිට ඕන නම් එහෙම එකක් හදන්න පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන් දැන්. Right? So those are available. Then at the same time, crop harvesting, storage and processing can also be done using the IoT systems. Now, machinery, we can use various machines for this purpose. With the IoT facility, you can operate it. Human interference is human involvement is less. අපිට වැඩිය involved වෙන්නේ නැතුව වැඩේ කරන්න පුළුවන්. Right? Now, this is what we call the autonomous tractors. Even here in Sri Lanka, we don't still use those systems here. But in other countries, now specifically when you go to Germany or in Israel, like countries, they are using autonomous tractors. So tractors operate without driver. And the system that we use is the IoT, and they are with the support of that they can do it without a driver, without a human interference. That will automatically park. From the park, it starts. And then with the GPS system will control it. So without damaging the crop, that will move. And then in case of insecticide spray, that can spray the insecticide to the crop without damaging the crop, running along the tracks. They have made a track for that, track to run the tractor. අපි එයාට යන්න පාත් එකක් ට්‍රැක් එකක් හදලා තියෙනවා. ඒ ට්‍රැක් එක දිගේ හරියටම යනවා GPS එක පාවිච්චි කරලා. අර ක්‍රොප් එකේ මොකටවත් ඩැමේජ් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඊළඟ ඒක ස්ප්‍රේ කරලා ඇවිල්ලා ආපහු එයාට නියමිත තැනක් තියෙනවා පාක් එකක්. ඒ පාක් එකට ඇවිල්ලා නතර වෙනවා. Right? That is how it happens. So those are IoT based systems. Now, if you like to, those can be seen in this YouTube. YouTube එකේ මම ඔය කියන ඔක්කොම තියෙනවා. I don't have time to show you all this. මේවා එක එක පෙන්වන්න වෙලාවක් නැහැ. නමුත් ඔයගොල්ලන්ට ඕනේ YouTube එකට ගිහිල්ලා බලන්න පුළුවන්. මම link කීපයක් දාන්නම්. Link කීපයක් දාන්නම්. ඒවෙන් බලන්න IoT systems වැඩ කරන හැටි, right? And this slide set, I will upload the slide set into the LMS. And you already know that we are also having some of the systems, automated systems at the moment, but not IoT used very much. දැනට IoT වෙන රටවල තරම් භාවිතා කරන්නේ නැති වුණත් ඔයගොල්ලෝ දන්නවා harvesting වලට දැන් paddy harvesting වලට දැනටත් අපි පාවිච්චි කරනවා හොඳ automate system එකක් හැබැයි not fully automated. දැන් ඔයගොල්ලෝ දන්නවා භූතයෝ කියලා ඉන්නේ කපන්න එන එකේ එයා automatically අර යටින් කරල් ටික කපලා අරගෙන සුද්ධ කරලා අන්තිමට අපේ පොලිසැක් එකකට පුරවලක් දෙනවා. So those are automated system, but not fully automated because still the drivers are there. Then in case of the situation, according to the situation, the driver has to change the things. But in other countries, they are having all these systems without driver. Driver can right? Give me a minute. So that the harvesting, product cleaning, sorting, processing, so everything is possible using this kind of system. Now, you know that if you look into the YouTube, you can see the size of the of a fruit or else the vegetables. So depending on sizes or colors, even colors, they can sort. Sorting machines are available. Then hitanna takkali. If you take the tomatoes, so some of the tomatoes are dark in color. Dark means red in color. Some are, you know, if those are coming to ripen. Some are not ripened yet, but those are in green color. But if you want to sort it by the color or by the size, both can be done by the machines available today. And then pack them in a necessary sort of packing automatically. Eva are bittara තියනවා වගේ එක එක ගානට ලස්සනට තියලා පැක් කරන්නත් මේ පැකින් මේවල machines වල පුළුවන්. ඔයගොල්ලෝ YouTube බැලුවොත් බලා ගන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ ඔක්කොම color එකට, size එකට, weight එක. So you can decide the weight. Let's say 80 gram tomato. කියලා අපි දුන්නොත් අර හරියටම measure කරලා ගන්නවා 80 gram තියෙන ටික වෙන් කරලා දෙනවා අපිට. Then let's say less than 70. 70ට අඩු ඒවා ටික පැත්තකට දාන්නකො පැත්තකට දාන්න. නැත්තම් අපි හිතනවා මෙන්න මෙච්චර ප්‍රමාණයක් රතු පාට තියෙන ටික අයින් කරන්න බෑ එහෙම. කොළ පාට තියෙනවා මෙහෙම කරන්න කිව්වොත් so that is done. Those are the kind of systems available today, right? So all these are computer based, both having the hardware, software there, and the expert system. So we have given necessary instructions to them. That is IoT, or the IoT based systems, right? So without going into that place, anybody can measure it. Measure, not the measuring, but let's say monitor those things from some other place, right? Here you are. It's another IoT eco box that is there in the aquarium. So this completely IoT based. The thermal sensors are there, humidity sensors are there, light sensors are there, right? Using all these sensors, we can run it without much problem. And again, here is a storage, IoT based storage. Now here is again what is this called? Right? So this is in a market, but they are growing the things within that, and then this is what we call the urban agriculture practices, right? So those are demonstrated there, and then this is coming under smart agriculture practices. So that is IoT based smart agriculture practices. Cattle monitoring and management. So using the electronic devices, cattle monitoring is done, right? So those are examples for that. And So this can be done in various ways. The animals can be monitored. So their milking can be done. So their health can be monitored, and treatments, the necessary treatments means the drugs or those things can be given, can be decided or can be given by using the IoT systems very easily today. That is how the modern world is operating. But even here in Sri Lanka, we have started those things in some places, but not running at adequate levels. ලංකාවේ මේක ඉතින් සමහර තැන්වල පොඩි පොඩි දේවල් පටන් අරන් තියෙනවා. නමුත් ඒ වුණාට තාම අර වෙන රටක අපි ගිහිල්ලා බැලුවොත් දකින්න දේ තාම ලංකාවේ ඒ ප්‍රමාණයට ඒ විදිහට දකින්න හම්බෙන්නේ නැහැ. So that it is up to you people to learn these things and apply them in Sri Lankan situation. Now, in fact, some of our staff members in agriculture faculty visited some European countries, including Germany, where this kind of technologies, how they use these technologies at domestic level. So our purpose is to visit the small business who is running with just management is done by a family, the people in a family. So that, let's say, the family businesses. So it is amazing that how those guys use these IoT facilities in their farms. It was really interesting. අපිට සමහර ලාවට හිතා ගන්න බෑ ඒගොල්ලෝ මේ IoT පාවිච්චි කරන ක්‍රමය. They are just having just a laptop only, probably the mobile only. So mobile, probably most of those are having the mobile and the laptop. So anyway, so with having all that, with the app, they know how to do it. And also in electronics, they are having much knowledge on electronics, and they produce their own sometimes, their own devices. By just getting the things from the market, they produce their own and use it in those places, and they develop the software as well. So as necessary, ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ situation එකට ඕන විදියට software එක ඒගොල්ලෝ ලියා ගන්න. Right? So it is really amazing for those people educated. Now they are farmers, but very wealthy farmers. මේ අපේ farmers ලත් එක්ක ගත්තහම ඒ farmers ලා සමහර වෙලාවට එහෙ private sector company එක වැඩ කරන manager කෙනෙකුට වඩා සල්ලි තියෙන පඩි ගන්න එහෙම නැත්නම් සල්ලි හම්බ කරන ඒ වගේම knowledgeable people. They are having very good knowledge. So අපිට කතා කරන්න හැරෙන්නවත් බෑ. සමහර විට මේගොල්ලෝ දන්න දේවල්, ඒගොල්ලෝ කියන දේවල් අහපුවාම අපි මොනවද දන්නේ කියලා අපිට හිතෙනවා. So that is the situation, right? So that it is up to you people, I mean the young people, to get this, learn this and do it. Now these are not very expensive today. Then may be sensor technology. මේ sensors වලින් මේ කරන sensors ඉස්සර ගණන් හැටියට ගත්තාම ගණන් අඩුයි. Now when we compare the prices of the sensors, so those are very low at this moment compared to that of about 5 years back. පහක අවුරුදු 6කට කලින් තීච්චවට වඩා භාගයක් විතර ගණන් අඩු වෙලා. Right? So let's surprise. I mean, the problem is this dollar hike here in Sri Lanka, but if you go to the world market, yes, the prices has gone down. And likewise, the other technology now, the writing app is a simple thing now. IT ටිකක් ඔයගොල්ලෝ ඉගෙන ගත්තා නම් නැත්නම් IT ඉගෙන ගත්තා ලංකාවේ වුණ තරම් ඉන්නවා. app එකක් ලියනවා කියන එක පොඩි වැඩක්. So as required by you, ඔයගොල්ලන්ට ඕන විදිහට ඒක ලියන එක. ලියා ගන්න පුළුවන්. And then the ICs, the integrated circuit technologies and the microprocessor, how microprocessors and things like that, those are also, those microprocessors are available in the market. market එකෙන් ගන්න පුළුවන් තමන්ට ඕන විදිහට microprocessor, but these days, having sort of problem with the chips today. Chip market එක පොඩ්ඩක් ගණන් ගිහින් තියෙනවා මේ දවස්වල නම් due to some problem. ඒ අරෙන්න නැත්තම් microprocessors තියනවා ගන්න. So most those are produced in China. China වල තමයි හුඟ දේවල් produce කරන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒවා high quality බඩු තියෙනවා. ඒවෙන් වැරද්දක් නැහැ. But still the China is producing very low quality electronic items as well. So that is the problem that we have. Those are the things that we get into Sri Lanka. But the probably the similar products that goes to Germany or that goes to the European country are of high quality. Hey, avano honda quality badu, but the price is high. But still, those are good in quality. So you can use it for a long time. So that is how it is done, right? Okay, now those are some applications there. And even in the transportation and the mechanical monitoring. Transportation, agriculture transportation, you can use this. That's I mentioned about the self-driving tractors earlier as well. So that you can use it. Now, during that visit, actually, we could observe the organic farms operating with just only 3 family members. It is such a big farm, actually, that I can't exactly remember the hectares. That is more than 15 hectares. Very big one. But they are having biogas generator, biogas plant as well. So the slurry coming out from the biogas will be used to fertilize the organic farm. So that is done by a robo machine, I mean the tractor. So that can automatically do the most of those things. So that having just 3 members in a family, and that is the son and father and the mother. So they operate it without any problem. So they know it very well, and the son is also an educated person. And when we spoke to them, and that father has visited Sri Lanka earlier, and he knows about the Sri Lankan situation as well. So that they are very wealthy people, and also operating that business without any sort of problem. So that with high tech, so that's the thing. So when we look at that, we also realize that that is also possible here in Sri Lanka. ඒ වගේ එකක් අපිටත් කරන්න බැරි නෑ, පුළුවන්, but dedication is necessary. Dedication is necessary. So that's it, right? Right. I will stop for a while here. And while means actually for tea. And then we'll start in about 15 minutes. Okay, you agree? Any problem? Nobody speaking.
No problem.
Anybody talking?
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay,
We can
right.
have 15 minutes break.
Okay. Thank you. We have 63 participants at the moment. Right now, I will go back to LMS. Just a minute. Here is the LMS. There, of course, you have e-agriculture introduction. Now you can see this now. This available, and I will make this also available. Sri Lanka e-agriculture strategy. In fact, this is a document produced by the government to implement the e-agriculture activities in Sri Lanka, so that their strategy has been given, and only problem is actually now all these strategic what is documented here has not been done yet. That's the thing, not everything, I mean, not completed yet. Now this is done, actually that was initially done in 2016, and here you are. You can see can you see my document here?
Yes.
Okay. There you can see what is the agriculture. First of all, the introduction, and then they are given the country profile, geography, and things like that. Rest of the information about the country. I mean, I think you know about those things. It is there. And then there, of course, what is important for us is e-agriculture action plan. Then you can see the e-agriculture action plan, and then the challenges and ICT solutions. What they suggest is there. So there it is. Action plan is given there. That is the most important thing for us. So that I think it's a long 58 page long document. So from that, what is most important is this. So when you go down there, you can see the background is given, and then what is e-agriculture has been introduced there. And then here are the ICTs, enhancing agriculture development. You can understand this, right? Using this graphic there. The telephone, first of all, important in e-agriculture practices. Telephone means basically the mobile phones, right? The other phone is also used earlier, but now they don't use that. But here, of course, the mobile phone is useful. And then the computers and the websites, such an important thing. And then the broadcast, TV, and also the telecast and broadcast both, right? So TV and radio is important there. And the weather, satellite stations, the weather information can be taken with that. And then the mobile, now those has to be one, right? Internet and broadband, the sensor networks. So network having sensors connected is important for e-agriculture. And then the big data. Now, I think I mentioned about this term earlier, big data analysis. Now, big data means that the data produced by computer systems. Large quantity of data are produced. but we cannot use, so we don't use those kind of data when we compare to the amount of data produced by computers. Now, as an example, let's say if it is a weather station, the humidity and let's say the wind speed or the temperature is constantly monitoring and giving the data. කියන්නේ හැම අපිට ඕනම් පුළුවන් උෂ්ණත්වය හැම විනාඩියකටම සැරයක් ගන්න. එහෙම නැත්නම් humidity හැම විනාඩියකටම සැරයක් ගන්න පුළුවන්. ඒතර it's a when it goes to 1 hour, it is 60 data sets are there. Data set විනාඩියකට සැරයක් ගත්තොත් එහෙම මේ අපි කියන්නේ පැයක් යනකොට අපිට 60ක් තියෙනවා. පැයක් යනකොට 60ක් තියෙනවා. දවසක් යනකොට ඒ වගේ 12 ගුණයක් අපිට දත්ත එනවා. හැබැයි ඒ data අපි ප්‍රයෝජනෙට ගන්නවාද කියලා ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා. විනාඩියකට සැරයක් ආවට අපි එකකින් වැඩක් ගන්නවද කියලා ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා. Right? Then that sort of, the amount of data that we get, probably if you analyze those data, if you can analyze those data, then you can make use of that. ඒකෙන් ප්‍රයෝජනයක් අපිට ගන්න පුළුවන් වෙයි. හැබැයි අපි කරන්නේ අපි ගන්නේ නැහැ එච්චර ප්‍රමාණයක් ගන්නෑ. So therefore the new computer systems have been developed to handle that much of data. That is what we call the big data. Big data analysis. But it is not just the simple analysis. It is very complicated analysis that we can see in the big data analysis. Make big data analysis කියන එක ඊට වඩා අපිට සාමාන්‍ය මිනිස්සෙකුට කරන්න පුළුවන් මේ කැල්කියුලේටර් එකකින් හරි මොනවා හරි කරන්න පුළුවන් එකක් නෙමෙයි. So that has to be taken up by the computers. That has to be done faster. Therefore, the big data analysis has become a new field. Then, ඉස්සර computer නැත්නම් ICT කියන field එකක් computer science වලින් කැඩිලා ආපුවාම ඒක ඒ කාලේ පුංචි. නමුත් දැන් ඒක මහ විශාල field එකක් ICT කියන්නේ. ඒ වගේ ඔය ICT පැත්තෙන් තමයි big data කියන එකත් ඇවිල්ලා තින්නේ. ඒක අද වෙනකොට that is also a big field. So that now today we are having specialists for big data analytics. Big data analyzers are developed and the instructions are given, and that is handled by big data analyzers. So big data analyzing specialists are available today. ඒ වගේ කට්ටියක් ඉන්නවා. ඒගොල්ලෝ තමයි ඔය analysis කරන්නේ. So that is very important in precision agriculture. Precision agriculture වලට මෙන්න මේක ප්‍රයෝජනවත් වෙනවා. ඒක නිසා ඒකට තමයි big data analysis කියලා කියන්නේ. Right? Here are the role of ICTs in agriculture. Read this and then here is the country profile. Now, these are not very much important for us. When it comes to its, there, of course, the issues, challenges, and priorities are also important, but not much there. Now, this is important, right? What are the agriculture initiatives that is given here? e-agriculture වලට government එකකින් support එකක් දුන්නේ මොනවටද? මේ තියෙන්නේ status of e-agriculture services in Sri Lanka. So this is important, right? Now, one thing is the official website of the Department of Agriculture. That is doa.gov.lk. DOA Department of Agriculture.gov.lk. The May website එක ඉතාම වැදගත් website එකක් අපිට as a agriculturist. So they are giving information necessary for the farmers through this web page. මේ ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ official web page එක, that is the website. So that they are having doa.gov.lk. And similarly, they are having another thing that is having more features. In fact, I could not access recently, and I'm not sure whether it is 100% in operation at this moment. Earlier, it was a really good website, really helpful, and you can be a partner. I mean, you have to register and get all these facilities there. That is www.govia.lk, right? So it is called Wikigovia actually. So this the address is having govia.lk, wikigovia.lk. And then they had Krishi Lanka, it's there, right? krishilanka.lk, Krishi Lanka Agriculture Portal. So this is also helpful in getting the information about new developments in agriculture. Then the AGMIS, this is the Management Information System in Agriculture. This you can try this as well. So that is, now these are the important things, right? The official website, and then the Wikigovia, and the Krishi Lanka, then the AGMIS, and then here is the I mentioned this earlier, Rice Knowledge Bank, that is IRRI, International Information System. It is available to Sri Lanka. Make a Lankawaවත් තියෙනවා, ලංකාවට available make, right? So you can use it. It's relevant to Sri Lanka. Then we have the call center. You can call and ask if you want to get some information. You can call 1920. 1920. I think you already know about it. 1920. And then the SMS service is also there. The ESMS, when you send a SMS, they will reply. So same 1920, that is SMS. Then FM radio, separate radio was available. Krishi FM, that is called krishifm.lk. Then if you want to know something about the rice pest separately, then they are having a separate page called www.ricepests, right? Not pest, actually, pest, pestpps.com. That is analysis system, right? ricepestpps.com. And then we are having the agriculture videos. Several agricultural, not the several, actually hundreds of videos have been introduced by the agriculture department, and that is available in YouTube. YouTube එකේ මේව දකින්න පුළුවන්, right? Then the social media in Facebook, in Twitter, and Google, so that you can find the agriculture department or the government information there in social media. Then this, not sure whether this is in operation at the moment, Govi Mituru project. The project was there, and now I did not try recently. Then the market price information, this is also 9746s. Make a market price information ගන්න පුළුවන් mobile phone වලට 64ක් mobitel වලට 977 dialog වලට. So that you are having the market price information service with that. That is operating from the Hector Kobbakaduwa Agrarian Research Institute. And then the information system for biodiversity and food and nutrition system, there's a BFN. BFN, by that time that was under development. I think that later it has been completed, and I think it's in operation. So you try and see, right? Human resource management information system, for the Department of Agriculture. So they are having their system, and that is, of course, not important for us at the moment. Seed and planting material management information system, that was also under development by them, but later that was made available, and I'm not sure that it's in operation at the moment. And the progress monitoring system. So likewise, there you have various other services here. You can go through it. I think it's not necessary for me to read this. It's so you can read all, right? And here is the vision and the mission of the e-agriculture of the government movement here. Here is the e-agriculture vision and expectation. Likewise, things are there. So the most important thing is there action plan here. Here you are. What they wanted to do by that time, right? So whether that has been done or not is another question. Here you are. List of identified solutions and their brief description. Then identify කරපු ප්‍රශ්න මොනවද? ඒවට තියෙන solutions මොනවද කියලා තමයි මේ තියෙන්නේ මේකේ දාලා. මේ ටික තමයි අපිට වැදගත්. So these are the most important thing for us so that you can read on that. There are 48 problems they are identified, and the solutions given or being given is stated here. මෙතන තියෙනවා දාලා ඒකට මොකද කරන්නේ, මොකක්ද කළ යුත්තේ, නැත්නම් දැනට කරමින් පවතින්නේ. It is there. So that is the important thing. And then let's see. That is now this document. I mean, this is available on the web as well. මේක web එකේ තියෙනවා. මම මේකේ දීලා තියෙනවා, right? Sri Lanka e-agriculture strategy. Right. Then the next document given here is the application of drones. Now we can use various different IT or IoT based systems in agriculture. So one side very interesting and also used in developed countries, since they are having big agriculture lands. They need to maintain it without human, because the human labor is very expensive in other countries. Then අපේ රටේ labor කියන එක තාම අපි හිතන්නේ ගොඩ ගණන් කියලා. ගණන් තමයි දැන්. But in other countries it is not like that. Other means the developed countries. The human labor is very limited. Therefore price is very high. So they cannot run the systems with just the human labor. So whenever necessary, when it is necessary, they use it. If it is not so, they use machinery instead of that. ඒ තැනට machinery එකක් තමයි පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ. So this is a tool that they use in agriculture fields very successfully. දැනට agriculture වල වෙන රටවල් වල පාවිච්චි කරන උපකරණ ගත්තාම අපි හිතමුකෝ land එකත් එක්ක පාවිච්චි කරන ඒවා ගත්තොත් on the land, you know, the tractors. So the IoT based tractors are there. That is what we call automated tractors and other machinery. ඒත් එක්ක harvesters ඒවා ඔක්කොම IoT based. So those are IoT based. Now this machine, this what we call the drone, is a machine that can run over the field. Field එකට උඩින් යන්නේ. That is running air. So therefore you have the liberty to operate it here and there without any obstruction. Then අපි land එකේ තියාගෙන මොනවා හරි කරන්න ගියොත් එහෙම land එකේනේ crop එක තියෙන්නේ. crop will be damaged. If you try to do something on land, then crops will be easily damaged, or else there is a restriction of moving the machinery on the land. Land එකේ move කරන්න අමාරුයි. But if you can move it in air, then you can do it very easily because there's no damage to the crops. But earlier, it was really expensive machine at the beginning. මේ drone කියන එක හදපු මුල් කාලේ මේක හුඟක් වියදම් ගිය හුඟක් investment එකක් කරපු machine එකක්. ඒ කාලේ ගන්න අමාරුයි. But now the prices has gone down. So that therefore now the drones, you may have heard about the drones used by photographers. Photographers පාවිච්චි කරනවා මම හිතන්නේ ඕගොල්ලෝ ඉස්සෙල්ලාම දකින්න නැත්තේ. Then the small kids, they are playing with drones. මේ පුංචි drones උඩ අරින්න පුළුවන් remote control drones. ඔයගොල්ලෝ ඒවා දැකලා තියෙනවා. Now similarly for agriculture purposes, not very small ones, those are bit bigger ones, which can handle about, let's say, 100 kilos, 1,000 kilos, like machines have been developed now. And using those, they can do a lot. The operations can be done in a agriculture field, running in air. උඩ ගමන් කරමින් අවශ්‍ය දේවල් පහළට දාන්න කරන්න හදන්න එයාට පුළුවන්කමක් තියෙනවා. So therefore the drones are such an important kind of machine in agriculture today. ඒකින්ද agriculture වලට හරි වැදගත්කමක් තියෙනවා. Drones are termed as UAV, unmanned aerial vehicle. Unmanned, that means automated, there is no man, right, inside the vehicle. ඒ වාහනේ නැත්තම් ඒ උඩින් යන machine එක ඇතුලේ මිනිහෙක් නැහැ. මිනිහෙක් නැතුව තමයි operate වෙන්නේ. So that therefore we call it unmanned aerial vehicle, UAV. UAV එකක් කියලා තමයි සාමාන්‍යයෙන්
රහිත පාලක යන්ත්‍ර නේද?
What?
නියමුවන් රහිත පාලන යන්ත්‍ර නේද?
Yes. නියමුවෙක් නෑ. ඒක අපිට පහළ ඉඳලා ඔපරේට් කරන්න පුළුවන් the remote controller. මං හිතනවා දැකලා තියෙනවා කියලා ඕගොල්ලෝ මේ ළමයි අරින්නේ දැන් ඔය උඩ ප්ලේන් එකක් අරින්න පුළුවන් එකක් වගේ එකක් හදන්නේ. යට ඉඳගෙන control කරන්න පුළුවන්. උඩට ගිහිල්ලා පහළට එන්න පුළුවන්. The similarly these machines can also be controlled by a operator. පහළ ඉන්න operator කෙනෙක්, or else the machine can operate. අපි IoT system එකකදී computer එක තමයි ඒක control කරගන්නේ. කොයිලාවේද යන්නේ, කොයිලාවේද මොන level එකකින්ද යන්නේ, මොන වැඩේද කරන්නේ. So those can be decided by the computer system as instructed. ඒකට instructions දීපු හැටියට ඒක වැඩේ කරනවා. Right? Okay, now these are unmanned aerial vehicles, and when in general public, the term is used as drone එකක් කියලා තමයි අපි කියන්නේ. එතකොට ඒක. Now these drones are very popular in developed countries. Developed countries මේක හරි ජනප්‍රියයි, පාවිච්චි කරනවා ඒගොල්ලෝ agriculture purposes වලට. Right? So therefore UAVs, now you can read on this, may document එක කියවන්න, then you can get the idea. And various advantages are there with the drone. Drone get තියෙන advantages ගොඩක් තියෙනවා. And now I'll read something here, right? Unmanned aerial vehicle offer less stressful environment. It is used for better decision making, and it presents safer environment. They can fly longer hours as long as the vehicle allows for it. So අපි ගියා නම් අපිට බෑ එච්චර වෙලා වැඩ කරන්න. හැබැයි මේ drone එකකට පුළුවන් ගොඩක් වෙලා වැඩ කරන්න ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැතුව. There is no need for the qualified pilot to fly. ඕනේ unmanned air vehicle, so air vehicle or aerial vehicle can stay in there for up to 30 hours. පැය 30ක් විතර මේගොල්ලන් එළියට තියාගන්න පුළුවන්. Vehicle perform the geographic survey and perform the visual or thermal imaging of the region. So with this, you can get the photographs or you can observe what is happening for the crop. Or else, today, it is possible for a UAV camera. The UAV fixed cameras. Make a camera fix kalla තියෙනවා. ඒකෙන් පුළුවන්කම තියෙනවා පහළ soil එකේ. Now the soil of the field can be observed. Even the nitrogen content can be nutrient content, either nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, whatever, and the carbon content like things. Those things can be measured using this machine. උඩ ඉඳලා බලන්න පුළුවන්. උඩ ඉඳලා යට image එකක් ගත්තාම මේව බලන්න පුළුවන් මට්ටමට අද දියුණු කරලා තියෙනවා. So that it has been now developed, and so without disturbing the soil properties can be observed. Or if necessary, let's say the nitrogen. So nitrogen can be sprayed from the machine. Make තියෙන UE එකේ අරන් යන්න පුළුවන් fertilizer. Right? Let's say liquid fertilizer. And that can be sprayed, that can be spreaded, or that can be injected from the air onto the soil from necessary places. Nitrogen අඩු කොටසක් හම්බුනොත් ඒ අඩු කොටසට ස්ප්‍රේ කරන්න පුළුවන්. නැත්නම් මුළු land එකටම ස්ප්‍රේ කරන්නත් පුළුවන්. So that sort of facilities are available with the drone. So that is the IT, use of ICT with the combination of machine, mechanical sort of devices. Mechanical එකක් එක්ක IoT කරන අවස්ථාවක් මේ. Right? So what do you mean just a chassis? And the propellers will propel it, move here and there, up, down, or forward, downwards. Right? ඉස්සරහට හෝ පස්සට නැත්නම් උඩට යටට මේ ටික move කරන්න පුළුවන් මේක. Right? With the propellers. And some motors are there. That's all it contains. මේකේ තියෙන්නේ chassis එකක් තියෙනවා like a car. And then propellers. එහාට මෙහාට යවන්න පුළුවන් අර fans ටිකක් තියෙන අපි ඒවට කියන්නේ propellers නේ. Then if you take the aeroplane or jet or whatever, so it's having propellers තියෙන්නේ. ඒකට කියන්නේ propellers කියලා. So ලොකු fan ඔයගොල්ලන්ට පේන්නේ those are propellers. And then we have the motors, propellers and motors. ඔච්චර තමයි ඔකේ තියෙන්නේ. So that using that you can control. There is a electronic device here that can connect to remotely to a machine which is there with the human or else with the computer. Computer එකට සම්බන්ධ වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. එහෙම නැත්නම් මිනිස්සෙක් එක ඔපරේට් කරනවා යට ඉඳන් ඔපරේට් කරන්න පුළුවන්. Right? That is what we call the remote control facility. With the remote controlling. So it has to have a battery. Battery එකක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ. But now we are having some of the sun powered. එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි කියන්නේ railing දුවනේවත් තියෙනවා, but still the battery is necessary in case of a failure of the sun. සමහරවිට අපි දන්නවා cloud එකක් ඇවිල්ලා වැවුනොත් එහෙම එයාට ඕන කරන power එක නැති වුණොත් එයා පහළට වැටෙනවා. ඒක නවත්තන්න battery power එකක් දීලා තියෙනවා as a backup, and still that can operate like that. So you can read this. And drones are used in military work. අපි දන්නවා යුද්ධවලදී පාවිච්චි කරනවා military work, and to deliver the services, like in other countries actually drones are used to deliver the things to home. Now as an example, in some countries they deliver the things from say the supermarket to the home by the drone. දැන් ඩ්‍රෝන් එකකින් යන එක ලේසි. මොකද පාරවල් වල තැන් තැන් වල හැරි යන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. කෙලින්ම යන්න ඕන තැන ඉඳලා තැනට ගිය හැකියි. If they are having the license, they have to obtain a license. But with the license, they can deliver the things from one place to other place within few minutes time using. So the delivery services are now operated with the drones there, right? I mean, agriculture again, but that is how it happens. Then the security and law enforcement. For security, අපි මොනවා හරි observe කරන්න security වලදී උඩින් ඉඳගෙන යාට බලන්න පුළුවන්. So that the cameras are fixed. For security and law enforcement, the drones are used. And searching and rescuing, probably the rescue services are supported by drones. උඩින් ඉඳලා බලන් ඉන්නවා මොනවා හරි වුණොත් දැනගන්න පුළුවන්, so that they will support for that. And in agriculture, they use for different purposes there. And then the wildlife monitoring. For wildlife, you already know that the elephants, the movement of elephants here, even in Sri Lanka now, is monitoring using this kind of systems. මේක දිගට කරන්නේ නැහැ. නමුත් වරින් වර මේවා research එහෙම කරනවා drones පාවිච්චි කරලා ඒගොල්ලන් move වෙන්නේ කොහොමද කියලා බලන්න. I mean, this is done in Africa. African forest, they are doing this kind of operations, this kind of monitoring in wildlife. Then this is used in disaster management, and here are some of the special applications in agriculture. Soil and field, and that is what I mentioned you earlier. මම ඉස්සෙල්ලා කියමින් හිටියේ මෙතන ඒක නිසා තමයි මම මේ document එක ගත්තේ මෙතනට, right? That is why I take this document here. Soil and field analysis. So soil analysis can be done using the cameras and other electronics that is fixed on drones. Drones වල හයි කරලා තියෙන මේ system එකත් එක්ක අපිට soil analysis කරන්න. This is not a physical analysis. It's like in laboratory. Laboratory analysis are not done. But with the data that can be taken from soil, can be used to determine, as an example, carbon content. So you can get the map. You can develop a map. Map එක develop කරන්න පුළුවන්. Carbon, soil carbon map. අපිට එකෙන් බලන්න පුළුවන් carbon වැඩිපුර තියෙන level එක ඔක්කොම බලන්න පුළුවන්. And similarly, the nutrient content can also be taken now. Bit expensive at the moment, but still it is possible now. And in the future, those will also come to Sri Lanka. ඉස්සරහදී ඔය ඔක්කොම physically අපි chemically analyze කරන්න නැතුව laboratory එක අපිට මේ විදිහට analyze කරන්න පුළුවන් තත්ත්වයක් ඒවි. Now different rays are used for this purpose. Now as an example, the UV or IR can be used to determine these things very easily. අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් IR පාවිච්චි කරනවා and UV පාවිච්චි කරනවා. අපේ අනික් වැඩ වලටත් අපි පාවිච්චි කරනවා. ඒ වගේ මේකටත් ওই දෙකම පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන්. Right? And tree planting. Not tree actually, with small plants can be placed on the soil using drones. Let's see how it is done. And the crop spraying can be done. Crop monitoring can be done. The monitor the crops, how it grows, and if there is a disease occurrence, then can also be observed and things like that. And the irrigation, health assessments. So those things can be done, and the details are there, right? Details means you can read, not very detailed, but some of the information are given there. And I'll show you another slides here just to give you an idea. You wait for a while. Right. Look here. In soil and field analysis, we'll take it here. Right. Soil and field analysis have 3D maps. I mean, that slide is not there at the moment. So I'll show it to you later on how these maps are developed. So drones can be used to map the soil. As I mentioned earlier, carbon or else the nutrients. So maps can be developed. And when you come here, planting can be done like that. So the plants are there in a container like this. So the plant is set here, and then that will be dropped down, and then that will go through the soil here and then establish within the soil. In a certain space. එක ස්පේස් එකක් හැම වෙලාවෙම තියාගෙන plants දාගෙන යනවා ඔය විදියට. Right? I think you can understand how it is done. And then the crop spraying can be done. මේ විදියට crops වලට spray කරන්න පුළුවන්. So that can be a pesticide or insecticide or fertilizer, whatever. So anything can be sprayed like that. That is what we call the crop spraying. Crop spraying, right? And then crop monitoring. So going in air very close to the crop. So the crop can be monitored by the cameras here so that you can see now. If you are having the app, then you can observe the field. While it is running here, you can observe the field. That is what we call the crop spraying or crop monitoring, right? Then the irrigation, here is the irrigation. So that here is the drone. So that irrigation can be done. Right? Crop irrigation. And the health assessments can also be done with that. Right? So that is how to use the UAV, unmanned aerial vehicle, or what is called drones in agriculture. There may be several other applications here, specific applications in different agriculture setups. So what I mentioned here, what I showed here is the most common ones that is there in the world today. How world is using this, right? Okay. That is about the agriculture drones. Then let's come to the LMS again. Right, I think you can see this. And let's come to the next one. Here is the introduction to e-commerce, right? Here you are. You can see this document there. Right. Now, let's think about the marketing side of the agriculture products. So that is supported by the marketing of the product is supported by the concept called e-commerce. You have already probably you know what it is, e-commerce. If it is not so, e-commerce means simply, e-commerce means selling and buying items, whatever the items, not only the agriculture, right? Whatever the items using the internet connectivity. Using the internet connectivity. අන්තර්ජාල සම්බන්ධකමක් පාවිච්චි කරලා ඕනෑම බඩුවක් විකුණන එක හෝ මිලදී ගන්න එකට අපි කියනවා e-commerce කියලා. Simply, that is how to define the e-commerce. Right? අපි බොහොම සරලව e-commerce කියන එක විස්තර කළොත් ඒකයි කාටත් තේරුම් ගත හැකි. Anybody can understand that buying or selling any kind of item using the internet or internet connectivity is termed as e-commerce. There are various other types of commerce there. I mean, under e-commerce, e-commerce යටතේ තව කතා කරන ගොඩ જાති තියෙනවා. I am not going to discuss those terms in detail, but keep in mind that e-commerce is such a important, fast-spreaded, easy, low-cost system to sell or buy the items. Other ලෝකේ ඔගොල්ලෝ බැලුවොත් එහෙම බාණ්ඩ අලෙවියදී හැ. E-commerce තමයි අඩුම වියදමකින් වැඩිම වේගයකින් දියුණු වෙමින් යන ටෙක්නොලොජි එක. That is the technology to buy and sell the items. Buy and sell the items. Now, this can be applied for the agriculture as well. Make agriculture to apply කරගන්න පුළුවන් ලේසියෙන්. Agriculture products. And there are a lot of advantage of using e-commerce in agriculture. E-commerce පාවිච්චි කරන එක agriculture වලදී අපිට හුඟක් වාසිදායකයි. One is that you can reach the whole world without investing money for advertisements. අපි advertise කරන්න එහෙම නැත්නම් වෙන රටවල් වලට ගිහිල්ලා මොනවා හරි ගුණන්න ගියාම අපිට විශාල වියදමක් දරන්න වෙනවා physically මේ වැඩේ කළොත්. And also, you know, transport cost is another kind of problem. Transportation, right? Bulk transportation like things. But here, of course, using this system, you have to transport. That is right. You have to send and receive the things, right? No, everything cannot be sent through internet. But still, there are special systems made for e-commerce systems. Then e-commerce systems වලදී පාවිතා කරන්න පුළුවන් විදිහේ නැත්නම් ඒ විදිහේ delivery systems වෙනවම හැදිලා තියෙනවා. So that is not very costly. අර අනික් systems තරම් වියදම් යන්නේ අඩුවෙන් ගෙන්න ගන්න පුළුවන්. Right? Now as an example, you know, simply the one such e-commerce service that we have here in Sri Lanka is Daras. Everybody heard about this. But Daras කියන එක උඟ දෙනෙක් ආවොනක අහලා තියෙන එක. And or if not, you know that the Ikman කියන එක ikman.lk අහලා තියෙන එක. But if you think about Daras, now Daras having its own delivery system with low cost. ඒකේ හුඟක් ගණන් අඩු වට තියෙනවා. So that if you want to get it to your doorstep, that is also possible. If it is not so, you can ask those guys to send it to a collecting center. As an example, post office. ඒගොල්ලෝ අඩු ගානට post office එකට එවනවා. ඒතර ඔයගොල්ලන්ට post office එකෙන් collect කරගන්න පුළුවන්. යන ගමන් post office එක තියෙන්නේ මග නම් ගන්න පුළුවන්. Or else there are so many other collecting center so that you can go to the collecting center, collect it for lesser prices. Now, let's say their price, if you ask something to deliver to your home, probably they will, depending on the distance and the place where you stay, that may change, but Colombo and suburbs, that will be somewhere around, depending on the weight of the item that you purchase. Most of those are 200, 300, 400 rupees. And if you ask it to send it to the collecting center, that will be almost half. And so that sort of new systems are being developed now. That happens in other countries. But if you ask the normal courier service to deliver it, then they will charge for 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, depending on the location and also the weight of that, and also the time period it takes. So if you want to get it today itself, then that is expensive. Tomorrow, it is less expensive. Day after tomorrow, it's less expensive again. Now, likewise, now these guys are sending it within 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, like, not very slow, but, you can get it. So likewise, e-commerce systems are now being developed here in Sri Lanka as well, so that we can make use of this service very efficiently. Now, I'll tell you an example. I wanted to buy some bags which are used to cover the mango, but it's called mango bags. So, now specifically for this TJ variety and also for this Kartha Kolumban, like, So if you covered it, then you can protect that from the fruit fly. Fruit fly and also, in the TJ variety, you can develop the color. That's a bag. So that bags are not available here, my area. So that I looked into several places. I mean, it's available in Dambulla and some of the other areas where that mango orchards are abundant. But when I looked into Daras, I saw that it's there in Daras for the same price like Dambulla. So that I placed order and then asked them to deliver to the post office. If they deliver at home, probably we are not at home by the time they deliver, it's going to be a sort of problem sometimes. So I asked them to deliver it to post office. But then I found that there is another place close to my home that there is a private place. It's a collecting place again. So I changed it and then they delivered it within 2 days' time for the same price. And also I got some reduction there for the card as well. And that is how we can operate it here in Sri Lanka as well. So earlier I have the experience in other countries. So they are having delivery services like that, very efficient system. But here in Sri Lanka also now you are getting that sort of systems here. So that if you cannot find the things in your market here, then you can you can try finding it online systems on these e-commerce sites. So thereby you can find the items, not all items. I mean, probably some of the things you do not know what the quality is. When it comes, only you can find out the quality. So that sort of problems are there. That is true. But if you done once, then if the quality is good, then for the second time, third time, you can do it and you can ask the friends to use it and, you can recommend them whether it is good or not. So likewise, those things will be developed further. That sort of systems are available worldwide as well. So everybody is having probably experience in using eBay like things, or Alibaba.com and, those kind of e-commerce sites. Now, that is e-commerce. That is I wanted to highlight. And also in agriculture, this is really helpful. Now, thing is this. Now, if you are having, let's say, the mangoes, I talk about mangoes earlier, right? Now, if you having the mango, if you want to sell it out, so you can, you know that the when the bag is placed in a certain stage of the development of the fruit, and then after 3 months time, you can harvest it. The සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ඔය අඹ වලට අපි ඔක දාන්න කියන්නේ කජු ගෙඩියක් වගේ තියෙනකොට. So at the stage of cashew nut එකක size එකේ කාලේ තමයි දාන්න කියන්නේ. So when you place that, so after from that it takes 3 months to ripen it completely, and then you know the time, so that depending on that you can put an advertisement in e-commerce site that this much of mangoes are available. If you need to, you can order it, you can pre-order them, or else you can give the consent to that, you know, things like that. So it's having the ability for you to handle it smoothly, right? So you can have the photograph of that, you can upload the photographs of those things stage by stage, then others can see, and thereby you can market, you can develop a good market for your product. Or else you can send it to the other countries, you can get the foreign orders from the foreign companies. So likewise, you can do a lot. Now the e-commerce site development is also a matter here. It means that you have to have a very attractive site for that. So that you have to catch, or you have to get the attraction of the people or the consumers. Once it is developed, now if you can develop a good rapport with them, or good, say, trust, you have to develop sort of a trust with you, then with that, you can move into a very good business using e-commerce without investing much money. Now, the beauty of e-commerce is that you don't need much to start an e-commerce business. Agriculture, now you know the tea. Now, Sri Lanka is having thousands of e-commerce websites today who sell tea to the whole world, for the whole world. So they are making big money out of that, right? So several different blends are there. So you can have the blends, you know, once you develop the trust with them, then you can do it continuously. Now we have our students, past students, who now have the business like that, and they are running those things very successfully. And while having another job, they are operating this. What they need is to computer or a mobile to operate that, right? The rest of the things, you know, the delivery has to be done, that the things has to be, some sort of arrangements has to be done for those kind of things. But they can, some of the guys, they are having a position in a company here. They are doing that business in daytime, and then handle the e-commerce at night. Because for e-commerce, there is no definite time. So that operates 24 hours a day. But if you are physically doing something here, some sort of job, some sort of employment is there, there's a certain period of time for that, right? From 8 to 4, something like that. And after 4 or 5, 6, then you have some time. So spare time, so that you can use that time for this e-commerce business. So in agriculture, this is really good thing, because you can open up your things into the whole world without much investment. Loku ganak viyadan karanne to loku prasha or a mobile. And then what do you need? Then you need the internet connectivity. Good internet connectivity has to be there. Internet connectivity. And then just the support of the bank to collect the money. දැන් e-commerce එකක් පටන් ගන්න, e-commerce business එකක් පටන් ගන්න ඕන දේවල් මොනවද කියලා ඇහුවොත් basically ඕනේ කරන්නේ computer එක. මුලින්ම computer එකක් ඕනේ. එහෙම නැත්නම් mobile for good mobile එකක් ඕනේ. Then the connectivity has to be there. Internet connection has to be there. Otherwise you cannot operate. Then the probably place to sit and keep the mobile. ඕක තියාගන්න තැනක් ඕනේ කෙනෙකුට කියනවා පුටුකුයි මේසෙකුයි ඕනේ කියන්න පුළුවන්. Then when you get the order, you should have get the order means to get the order to the payment things has to be done so that you have to have some arrangement with the bank. Bank එකක් එක්ක arrangement එක දාගන්න ඕනේ ඒ account එක හදාගන්න. If you are having that account, computer, internet connectivity, then you can get the orders. So once the order is received, now there is another thing to be done, delivery. So that delivery services are available. You can send or receive the item. You can send it via delivery services, right? Delivery king yawan ekai tiyenne. Tiyanna ada tiyenawa. But you have to find a better delivery service. Some are having their own systems. Some are using world-renowned delivery services. ලෝකේ හොඳට ඉක්මනට යවන්න කරන්න ඕනේ ටිකක් ගණන් වැඩි, but you know you have the services like that. And there are so many other things that we can discuss under this, but I'm not going to do it because it takes time to discuss all these things. Anyhow, the e-commerce is such a important kind of concept in agriculture because of now if you want to sell something physically without this system, then you have to pick the things, you have to send it to the wholesale market, and from there to another wholesale place probably, and then only it goes to the retailer, then only it goes to the consumer, so that it goes through several middlemen there. So you are losing money, so you get less amount there. So that is the kind of problem that we have, not only in Sri Lanka, but in other countries when you do it physically. Physically means with the current normal systems. So probably you may need to hire a place in a town, or if you are directly doing some sort of retail marketing, ඔයාලට මොකක් හරි බඩුවක් විකුණන්න ඕන නම් රිටේල් හැටියට සාමාන්‍ය සීලර් විදියට එහෙමනම් ඔයගොල්ලෝ කඩයක් හය කරන්න ඕන කොහේ හරි තැනක ගිහලා ඉඩක් හය කරගෙන එතනට බඩු ටික දාලා කවුරු හරි එතනට ලා ඉඳගෙන බඩු ටික විකුණන්න ඕනේ. It's a tedious procedure and you know time consuming and bit difficult, and you have to pay some money at the beginning as well. But with the e-commerce systems, so you have efficient system that you can use, or you can do for lesser prices and also quicker. ඊට ඉක්මනින් සමහරවල් ලේසියෙන් මේ වැඩේ කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඊට වඩා හොඳ systems e-commerce වල හොයන්න පුළුවන්. Right? So for agriculture that is very important. Agriculture වලදී අපිට මේක හරි වැදගත්. So therefore this is the document so that you can read on this. What is e-commerce? What is e-commerce කියලා විතරක් ටිකයි මේකේ තියෙන්නේ. මම e-commerce වල වැඩි විස්තරයක් ඔයගොල්ලන්ට කතා කරන්න යන්නේ because that is not important at this level, but what I want to highlight is that e-commerce sites in agriculture, or the e-commerce in agriculture, is an important thing. That is a ICT based activity. Through ICT කියන එක පාවිච්චි කරලා agriculture වලදී අපිට කරන්න පුළුවන් එක activity එකක් තමයි මේ. So that you can do it successfully, right? Okay, then that is made available by now. දැනට ඔයගලන්ට මේ මගේ LMS page එකට ආවම LMS page එකේ දකින්න පුළුවන් introduction to e-commerce, right? I'll make it available for you. Right, that's also there now. Application to drones are also there, right? Right, it is almost done now. And then what we need is to do a exercise so that the time is almost 12. And I will make this lecture slides available for you. And then the other section that we want to highlight is to discuss is the apps available for the agriculture, just to give you an idea, right? Rest of the things now we have discussed very briefly, specifically the e-agriculture. So the document is there. You can go through that e-agriculture strategies in Sri Lankan government strategy that is there, so that you can get a good picture about the e-agriculture in Sri Lanka. As I mentioned you earlier, agriculture is important for two things. One is the rural development, and the other is the sustainable agriculture development, for sustainable agriculture. So agriculture has to be sustainable, right? Agriculture should be sustainable. So to make it sustainable, the e-agriculture is very important, because we can educate the people how to become sustainable. Make a sustain කරන්නේ කොහොමද වෙන්නේ කොහොමද කියන එකට හුරු කරන්න පුළුවන් අද අපිට මේ තියෙන මීඩියා පාවිච්චි කරමින්. So under E, you know that even the TV, radio can come here, and the mobiles come here, and websites, then the videos, all will serve for the farmers to become a sustainable agriculture system developing farmers, and the farmers who develop agriculture systems, sustainable agriculture systems, right? Sustainability can මොකක්ද කියන එක උගන්වන්න කරන්න ඒ ටික තනින් දෙන්න පුළුවන්, but only thing is that we have to provide the other necessary things, like the fertilizer. Now for sustainable, we cannot use the large quantity of overuse of fertilizer. Is not the sustainable. That is not the sustainable agriculture. But soil has to be developed. So how to develop fertilizer? How to develop soil has to be taught. ඒක ගොවියන්ට උගන්වන්න වෙනවා කොහොමද මේක sustainable කරන්නේ. ඒකට තමයි අපි මේ e-agriculture පාවිච්චි කරන්න කියලා කියන්නේ, because that is easy for people to access it. At this moment also, the data is bit expensive now, but still that is cheaper compared to all other. අනිත් හැම ක්‍රමයකටම පොතක් ගත්තොත් අද පොතක මිල හොඳටම වැඩි. අපි වෙනත් ක්‍රමයක් කල්පනා කළත් ඒ ක්‍රමය දැන් මොකක් හරි ඩිලිවර් කරන්න ගියා delivery charges වැඩි. So all others have been gone up, but still the data prices have gone up to a certain extent, but not very much. So there's still let's say possible to do that. So thereby we can develop it. So I will stop here and then start at 1 o'clock, and then we'll have activity from 1, and then I will discuss those things, and after that we will discuss the other section, that is apps, specifically the mobile apps that you can use in agriculture, right? I think you have the resources here, and you can read that on, and then actually my plan is to have the evaluation, the assessment on Wednesday, next Wednesday at 8 o'clock. Now, if you are having any sort of problem or if you are having any other suggestion for that, you can put it into the chat here. කාට හරි බදාද 8ට තියෙන එකේ ලොකු difficulties තියෙනවා නම් මේ එක්කෙනෙකුට දෙන්නෙකුට මොනවා හරි එහා මෙහා වුණොත් කොහොම හරි ඒක හදා ගන්නට ඕනේ. හැබැයි අනිත් අයට සමස්තයක් හැටියට ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා නම් මට කියන්න. අපි බලමු. රෑ 8 නෙමෙයි නම් රෑ 10 වුණත් මට කමක් නැහැ. Time you can suggest, or you can, if any other another date is appropriate, then you can tell me another day, because day or the time is not going to be a problem for that, because I am not attending that, so that will be set automatically so that you can answer the questions. This assessment is going to be a multiple correct answer question, so that we going to have another activity here with the multiple correct answers. We'll do that and see how you can do it, and then we will practice it in the assessment again in Wednesday. You okay? Anybody having questions? Nothing? Okay, then I'll stop it here, and then we'll come back at 1 o'clock. And good afternoon, everybody. Let's start from here. Students only 50 at the moment. Okay. And I was talking about big data. And probably you have tried to find out some important information there. So anyway, those are the trends these days in ICT, and it is related, the relatedness is there for the agriculture as well. So likewise, I think your attention has to go to the in case of storage, the cloud storage is important thing. So that is the new era, the next era will definitely, everybody will go to the cloud systems because of the size of the data that you collect, right? Even if you make a photograph, it's a big file, big amount of data is there. Even if you record something, a sound will be a big file. And your information might be smaller, something like, the documents are smaller. But if you make a video, that is again a big file. So that you need space to keep the data. So, and then you may have heard about the data compression as well. So I did not discuss that topic, data compression. So bigger data can be compressed. You already know zipping. Zip files can be made. So likewise, there are several technologies that you can make those things smaller and keep it somewhere. And then once it is taken back, that has to be expanded, right? So there are ways and means of doing that using some software. And that is one way of making the size of the data smaller. However, you need the space to keep those things and to access it as early as possible. And when you are trying to do it, you should be able to get it quicker. So the best way is to access it through the internet from the cloud system. So that you should study what are cloud systems and what are the technologies available there and how those help in agriculture. So specifically, as I mentioned you earlier, agriculture is now normally this practice is doing in the field. So that is important for you to access them from the place where it resides. So therefore, it is important, very much important in agriculture. And the other thing that I mentioned you is the AI, artificial intelligence. So now artificial intelligence is used in almost any field. So agriculture also, we use the artificial intelligence, right? in the new systems have been introduced to the farms in the specifically in the developed countries. So they are running with that. So we should try to get it. We should try to convert our farms or in-house situations also. I mean the polyhouse and all that by using this new technology. So that is AI, the artificial intelligence, and the other is related one is the IoT. I mentioned you those three things, and then the other thing is the big data. Big data. So as a result of the new devices, IT devices and computers, is generating large quantity of data. So data has to be analyzed. So we cannot do that. So that we let the computers to handle it. But with the expert of the of a person who is specialized in that area, how to analyze. So what are the outcomes? What should get from that and things like that. You have to decide all these things. So that is the big data analysis. This is a new field again. So all these four, what I mentioned here, the cloud storage, and then the artificial intelligence, then the IoT, Internet of Things, and then the big data. It's a blend of things, right? මේ එකක්වත් මම ඔය කතා කරපුවා වෙනමම එකක් හැටියට අරගෙන කතා කරන්න පුළුවන් ඒවත් නෙමෙයි. ඕවා ඔක්කොම that is all these are integrated. මේ ඕවා එක්කම එකට තියෙන්නේ. හැබැයි අපිට වෙන වෙනම අරගෙන මොනවද කියන එක විස්තර කරන්න පුළුවන්. Now as an example, big data. Big data කියන එක ගත්තොත් big data කොහෙද දාන්නේ? ඒතර අපිට කතා කරන්න වෙනවා cloud systems. Cloud system. එතකොට මේ big data analyze කරන්නේ මොනවද? Analyze කරන්න වෙන්නේ computer systems අපි හදා ගන්න වෙනවා. එතකොට එතනට IoT ගැන අපිට කතා කරන්න වෙනවා. IoT systems develop වෙනවා. ඒ වගේ දේවල් කරන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්න. Right? And then the artificial intelligence also necessary to do so. එසා ඔක්කොම it's a sort of integrated system. So therefore I think we should not talk about those things separately. However, it's a sort of system all where the IT is included, but studying big data is becoming a separate field supported by others. අනික් වෙන support වෙච්ච නමුත් ඒ ගැන විතරක් වෙනවම කරන්න area එකක් බවට පත් වෙමින් තියෙනවා. දැන් ඒක නිසා ඔය ටික අපිට වැදගත් මෙතනදී කතා කරන එක, so that it is possible for you to learn each and every field separately later if you wish to. කාට හරි කැමති නම් big data analysis ගැන ඉගෙන ගන්න වෙනම IT field එකේ ඔයගොල්ලන්ට ඒක specialize කරන්නලා ඉස්සරහට ඉගෙන ගන්න පුළුවන් කෙනෙක් interested නම්, if you are interested, right? Artificial intelligence උත් ඒත් එහෙමයි. ඔයගොල්ලන්ට ඕනේ ඉගෙන ගන්න පුළුවන් ඒ පැත්තෙන් ගිහලා there are courses available for those things and you can follow them and you can move ahead with that. ඒත් එක්ක යන්න පුළුවන්. And then if you need to know something about the IoT systems, yeah, you can study. And basically electronics and the mathematics ඒ දෙක තමයි උතනක් තියෙන්නේ. හැබැයි engineering නැත්නම් mathematics ම කරන අයට විතරක් නෙමෙයි ඒක අනිත් අයට කරන්න පුළුවන්, because you know the electronics is there so that you can do the things and thereby you can develop the systems using the knowledge of electronics. That's the situation there. I think now we have somewhere around 80, so that we'll start the activities that I thought of giving you another experience by using a quiz, but keep in mind that the quiz this quiz is also having single correct answers. මම කලින් දවසේ ඔයගොල්ලන්ට එකක් දුන්නා single correct answers තියෙනවා, ඊට පස්සේ දුන්නා multiple තියෙන එක. නිකන් බලන්න. Now this is going to be a මම questions කීපයයි එකේ දුන්නේ. Now what is giving at this moment is having a 20 questions. This is having 20 questions, 20 minutes. විනාඩියයි එකකට තියෙන්නේ. කරන්න බැරි නෑ පුළුවන් කරන්න, right? But keep in mind there's just only one answer so that it is easy. එක ඔයගොල්ලන්ට ලේසි. හැබැයි IT දැන් අපි උගන්වපු ඒවා දැන් මෙතෙක් කල් කතා කරපු ඒවා ටික කව වෙන්න තමයි තියෙන්නේ. Some of the questions may be very much related to what we had last day as well. ඒවා කියපු එකටම ආසන්න ඒවා තියෙනවා මෙතන. ඒක නිසා අපි කරලා බලමු කොහොමද වෙන්නේ කියලා. At the end of this I will give you the answers and we'll discuss it and then you can see that. There's a question if we don't answer for a question for multiple, last day I gave you a multiple answer, no? I think I gave you two, right? First one is a single answer one, second is the multiple answer. Can you talk to me, guys? කලින් දවසේ දුන්න දෙකෙන් එකක්
නෑ සර් මේ අපි දැන් එක ප්‍රශ්නයකට ආන්සර් කළේ නැත්තම් මල්ටිපල් ආන්සර් වලදී
නෑ එකකට ආන්සර් කළේ ඔයා ඒකද මේ අහන්නේ?
ඔව් මම අහන්නේ
if we
දැන්
don't answer for question for multiple answer method, will you give marks? Yes. The thing is that will be automatically all right. That is automatically set, right? If you did not answer a question, that you don't get marks for that. That's all. There's no minus marks for that. Question එකකට answer නොකළොත් ඒකට minus marks යන්නේ නැහැ. හැබැයි ඔයගොල්ලෝ වැරදි එකකට ඒකේ answer කළොත් ඒකට minus marks allocate වෙනවා. Because you have tried that. If you did not try, that's not going to be a problem. Only thing is that no marks added for that. No addition, no subtraction. But එකතුවකුත් නැහැ අඩු කිරිල්ලකුත් නැහැ. ඒතර 0 for that.
Okay.
Right,
Thank you,
all,
sir.
right. Okay, that's all. Right. Now with the single answer, make a single තියෙන්නේ. Just a minute මට විනාඩියක් දෙන්න එක අපහු check කරලා බලා ගන්න නිසා. At the same time, just a minute. මේකත් මම ඔයගොල්ලන්ට පෙන්නන්න. මම ඔය big data ගැන කතා කරපු නිසා this document, this is available on web. මේක web එකේ තියෙන document එක මම ඔයගොල්ලන්ට පෙන්නන්නේ. This is on big data. This is on big data. කාට හරි ඕනනම් big data ගැන දැනගන්න මෙන්න මේක කියවන්න. I think there are about slides තියෙන 15ක් විතර මට මතක විදිහට. And this is on big data. දැනගන්න ඕන මෙන්න. This is available on the web. මේක web එකේ තියෙනවා. Now the big data is important because of these three important things. මෙන්න මේක නිසා තමයි big data කියලා අපි අත්‍තරම ඔකට නම් දෙන්නේ. One is the volume. Volume is very big. Then the velocity. Velocity means that the speed at its generate. එක generate වෙන නැත්නම් ඇති වෙන වේගය දෙතරට data එනවා. Right? වේගෙන් data එනවා. And the other thing is the variety. That data is not a single type of data. Various different types of that is the variety. එක එක જાතිය data එනවා. මේක ගොඩක් එකට එකතු වෙනවා. So that since there are different types of data collecting quickly and there is no way of probably the analyzing it. Analyze කරන්න අපිට බෑ. So that you have to ask the computers to do it. You have to put it into the computers to get it done. So that's the thing. That's the characteristic of big data. Big data කියලා කියන්නේ අන්න ඒ වගේ එකකටයි මේ තියෙනවා. That's the volume, velocity, variety. There it is. V3 value, potential value. You read that. කවුරු හරි මේ ගැන interested නම් දැනගන්න ඕන නම් තව ටිකක් මෙන්න මේ ටික කියවන්න. මේක දිග document එකක් නෙමෙයි. පොඩි එකක් නොච්චරයි තියෙන්නේ, right? එච්චරයි. Read and get it, right? Okay. And give me a minute for to check the quiz.
Sir, can you please upload the answers for multiple questions in last week?
Again, I think I have already discussed that, isn't it? I discussed it with you. If you want to, I can do it again. If you want to. Multiple answers I discussed with you so that you could make a note on that.
Sir, I can't do that.
Why you can't? Why you can't do that?
Sir, එදා මට මේ අර වෙබ්සයිට් එක හොයාගන්න බැරිව ප්‍රශ්නයක් වුණානේ.
I think you can product familiar when I mean it is really difficult for me to do that because I have to copy everything and then the answers also should be taken onto a page and upload it. ඒකට මට අමාරුයි ඒ විදිහට upload කරලා ඔයගොල්ලන්ට දෙන්න. Only thing is that that can be made available.
Sir, මං ඉල්ලා ගන්නම් කාගෙන් හරි.
Right, බලන්න මට පුළුවන්කම තියෙනවා එක විදිහකට දෙන්න මම බලන්නම් එහෙම දෙන්න පුළුවන්ද කියලා. මේක පොඩ්ඩක් චෙක් කරනකම් ඉන්න. The timing is 20 minutes will be there. 20 questions, 20 minutes, right? See whether you can do that. Now, last time actually you had very good marks. So that I think there are guys who can do these kind of things faster. And, you know, knowledgeable people are there. මෙතන ඉන්න ටිකක් knowledgeable කට්ටිය නිසා මේක කරන්න පුළුවන් ප්‍රශ්නයක් නෑ. I will make it available now, right? So I'll show it to you. Right, here you are. It's here. Quiz 2. Practice quiz 2, right? Practice quiz 2. Wait. Right, now you can see it. You can see it, start doing that. This is the one, right? Practice quiz 2, that is coming under quizzes. Quizzes, you can see the practice quiz 1, that is 1 actually, there's not no 1 there, so I'll put 1 there. Right, what I need is 2 now. Go to practice quiz 2 and do it. Intake 3. When you go down there, you have quizzes here. Quiz, there is a section starting called quizzes. Under that, you have the practice quiz 1 and practice quiz 2. That should be there. Others have tried. How many have tried now? Let's see. Practice quiz 2. Now 40. 40 attempted. Here is the list and 1 completed. Dahanayaka completed and got 90 marks. Dahanayaka, yes. Another completed Karuna Dira and scored 80 and then the Fahim 100. Very good Fahim. Nothing to say except really, really good. so that you can get the marks here. Fatima, you refresh and see. Refresh the page and see whether you can see. Now, if we are having quiz 1, it should be there. Quiz 2 should also be there. You refresh or reload the page and see. Okay, you found it. Okay, fine. Yeah, you got the marks 95, 90, 80. Good. Average is 90 at the moment. Now, I think you have the experience by now that the single answer, when the single answer given, it is easy. Multiple correct answers are not that much easy. I'm not going to say that you cannot get 100 in multiple correct answers. Yes, you can, but it's a bit difficult. Not like this. You have to have a good knowledge to do so.
සර් මේ ඒකට LMS එකට ගියාම මට පෙන්නුවේ නෑනේ පරණ ටික විතරයි පෙන්නන්නේ.
Reload කරන්න බලන්න. Reload කරලා අරන් බලන්න. පෙන්වන්න නැති වෙන්න බෑ. quiz 1 තියෙනවා නම් quiz 2 තියෙන්න ඕනේ. Fine, where are you from? You from Ampara? Okay, good. Are you following any IT courses? HND කරලා. දැන් මොකක් follow කරන්නේ? Okay. Right. Anyway, you have good knowledge on that. 52 came in, but 80 is there, but not attempted. I don't know what's the problem. So that I think you need to do this because as a rehearsal for the evaluation or the assessment that we are going to do on Wednesday. Make a then 79ක් 78ක් 79ක් ඉන්නවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ට මේක කරන්න බැරි නම් හරි access නැති නම් හරි ප්‍රශ්නයක් නම් හරි ඔයගොල්ලන්ට assessment එක කරන්න බෑ. So that is what I am trying here actually, not the content, not the subject knowledge here, but whether you can access it and do it successfully. මට මේකෙන් බලා ගන්න ඕනේ ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ assessment එක ඔයගොල්ලෝ හරියට කරයිද කියන එක. Now if you are having sort of problems with your data or the internet connectivity, then you have to do something from your end. ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ පැත්තෙන් ඔයගොල්ලෝ මොනවා හරි කරගන්න ඕනේ ඒකට. So that now since this is an online course, it is very important for you to have a good connection, good data connection. Otherwise it's difficult for you to do that. Now I think there is no problem accessing our LMS. LMS එක ඕන කෙනෙකුට ඔයගොල්ලන් දීලා තියෙන අපි ඕන කෙනෙකුට access කරන්න පුළුවන්. So it's fast enough to access roughly about 500 students at least at once. එක මොහොතේ 500ක් access කරන්න අපේ එකට පුළුවන් අඩුම ගණනේ. If it goes up to 1000 පුංචි delays එන්න ඉඩ තියෙනවා. But still with the 500 there is no delay at all. So we have tested and then there can't be any problem for you. Because today there may be some other courses who are accessing, but by now there is no traffic here in our server. So that so everybody should be able to access it. And if you are trying to do it in a weekday, at night, traffic is minimum actually. So that only thing that would be is the students, other internal students who are accessing at night from their homes or from hostels. But it's not a big burden, so that there can't be any problem. So therefore, I don't know why still most of the students, the 54 has access at the moment, but now we have 79 students connected through Zoom. Zoom එකේ ඉන්න 79ක් මේකේ 54යි තාම කනෙක්ට් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා නම් ඔයගොල්ලෝ විසඳ ගන්නවා. So you have to get the problem solved from your end. So otherwise this would be a problem because then the marks, if you do not have the marks, then you cannot pass the subject. Then if it is so, you will be a referred students for the next batch. That's the problem. So that try to do it. The average marks become 79 now. Out of 28. Okay, in 5 minutes time, I will tell you the answers here. We'll take one by one quickly and go through it, and that would help you to understand some of the things. Keep in mind that is only on ICT. Last day, අපි පහුගිය දවසේ කරපු එකෙන් තමයි මේකත් මම set කරේ, because today it's not over yet, so that I cannot use most of those things. So therefore, I'm not going to use it in a practice space. That will be added into the assessment. Assessment එකේදී questions මේ අද කරන එකෙන් questions එකතු කරනවා. It is similar to what we have done last day. ICT වලට කරපු මේ දෙන questions වලට සමාන ඒවා තමයි දෙන්නේ, right? One is saying that they can't log. How can that be? If others can, why can't you do that? Now, I think you already have the contact number of Mr. Dinuk. So since I am teaching with you and I am engaged in teaching, I cannot instruct you how to do it and all that. So I cannot check all this at this moment. Instead, Mr. Dinuk will be there. So you can speak to him and you can get things done or things clear with him. එයාට කතා කරලා ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ ප්‍රශ්නේ ක්ලියර් කරගන්න. If you don't have the number, I will put the number here. Wait for a while. Now only 57 attempted. Two of them scored 100. Walpita Miss Walpita. She has scored 100. Good. Now, Teshala, I will look into that. What is the problem with that? I don't know what it is. So that can't be anyway. I'll check it. DAPM11072-G2. 3026. I don't know, there should be a conflict. If this is yours, that is correct. DPM03026.
Yes,
Is it the one?
Yes.
Is it the one?
This one. Yes.
You have done this In 30th April, yes, today, from 119 to 133. Harine, so 80 scored.
Okay, sir.
Harine, where are the nani?
Hari, sir.
200s, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 695s. Anupaya hayaktino. Good. And even 90s, 7, I guess. 85 good at very good. And the average becomes 77 now. Here is the analysis. Yes, 95 to 100, there are 8 students. 90, 95, there are 6 students. 85 to 90, there are 5 students. And 80 to 85, there are 7 students. Only thing is, there are students less than 50 as well. That is the problem. So that you have to, the people who scored less than 50 here has to take some action. ඔයගොල්ලෝ පොඩ්ඩක් මේවා පව් කියවල බලලා හොයලා ඉගෙන ගන්න ඕන ටිකක් වැඩියෙන්. To come up to the level at least more than 50. මේකට 150ක් ගන්න බැරි නම් විශාල ප්‍රශ්නයක්. Because this is very easy. Single answer is easy one, and also these questions are not difficult questions. අමාරු නෑ. අපි කතා කළා කරපු දේවල් බොහෝ දේවල් තියෙනවා ඔතන. ඔයගලන්ට 50ක් ගන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්න ඕනේ අඩුම ගණන, right? You should be able to get 50 at least. Still there is just only one student, but there may be some in the future. It becomes 2 now. Right, let's start now. It is almost 1:45, so that we'll go through the questions, right? I will take the questions from this. So Matilaka, I will take this, right? You have the profile, but there is no picture, no photograph. මේ photograph එක upload කරන්න. මේ නැති අයගේ photograph ටික upload කරලා තියන්න අපිට. ඒක දාලා නැහැ ඔයගොල්ලෝ. දාන්න. ටිකක් අඳුරා ගන්න පුළුවන් හොඳ එකක් දාන්න. Not the photograph that you use in Facebook and other social media. ඒ social media වල අර අපි කියන්නේ විචූර්ණ ඇඳලා තියෙනවා ඕනේ. මේ හොඳට අඳුර ගන්න පුළුවන් මූණ පේන ෆොටෝග්‍රාෆ් එකක් දාන්න. ඉතින් අනික්ව පෙන්වන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. ඒ ටික පෙන්නපුවම ඇති. right? Okay, let's take the questions here. The first question here for him is select the Microsoft Office software from the following. Very easy. This has been given last day as well. Mega කලින් දවසේ දීපුවා. මේ මෙතන තියෙන question සමහර ඒවා කලින් දවසේ දීපුවා. And the answer is definitely access, the Photoshop, Dreamweaver and the CorelDRAW is not coming in Office software. And then the next one, which of the following the most powerful CPU. Full, you know that the i3, i5, i9 atom is a old processor, right? There are 4 series at the moment. I mentioned it about earlier last day. I3, i5, i7 and i9. So the most powerful is the i9. That is the answer. It is correct here. Next one is, which of the following is the hard disk fastest in accessing data? That is also mentioned that the SSD is the fastest type of hard disk at the moment. So if you use a USB pen drive or USB sort of disk, those are faster, but not fast as SSD. SSD tarang solid state drive ekak tarang fast nahi. And then the HDD means the hard disk drive, that is the normal hard disk, that is also not faster like SSD. Then the HHD, there is no something called HHD, right? The term is ROM there. ROM means that has been already added, but you should identify that it is not media. Is there anybody ask question here? Nothing. Okay.
So, sir, what is mean of HHD?
Nothing. I mean, there is no such so-called hard disk. HDD hard disk is not
how
there.
about then how make it short form as hybrid hard disk?
Hybrid hard disks are sold hybrids, right? It's hybrids, not HHDs. If you want to, you can see so you can imagine that HHD is given for hybrid hard disks. It doesn't matter, right? Even if it is HHD, the SSD is faster than HHD. It doesn't matter. අපි හිතමු ළමයෙක් හිතුවා නම් මේක හයිබ්‍රිඩ් හાર્ඩ් එකක් ගැන මේ කියන්නේ කියලා. ඒ වුණත් උත්තරේ මේක නෙමෙයිනේ. Right? There is no HHD. HHD කියලා අපි කියන්නේ hybrid. අපි ලියනවා hybrid කියලා. නිකන් H අකුරක් දාලා ලියන්නේ නැහැ. Right? Okay. Now the next is the most important component of a computer. Most important component. So I think everybody should know about it. That is the CPU killer, central processing unit. So this is the answer, right? Not the system board, not the video screen, not the RAM memory. Most important, because everything is controlled by the central processing unit. So central processing unit comes first. I stressed on that the most important part or the king of the computer is the central processing unit. So it is such an important thing, right, for a computer. Everything depends on this. All other parts will be decided on the central processing unit, type of the central processing unit. Central processing unit is speed. So that the answer is the central processing unit, definitely. And the core element of a web page is one or more text files written in what language? Then ඔයගොල්ලෝ අහලා තියෙනවා web page එකක් ලියද්දි පාවිච්චි කරන භාෂාවක් තියෙනවා. It's a language that we use, basic language that we use. Basic means not the BASIC basic. The මූලිකව පාවිච්චි කරන එක, that is termed as HTML. HTML තමයි පාවිච්චි කරන භාෂාව මේකෙදි. Text files වලට. So that it is called hypertext markup language, right? If you did not know about it, then you should know that web pages has to be made simple. අපි හුඟක් වෙලාවට ඒක ඉක්මනට එහාට මෙහාට යවා ගන්න නම් ඒක simple විදිහට ලියවෙන්න ඕනේ. If it becomes big amount of data, it takes time. So therefore, the language that we use to create the web page is the HTML. But keep in mind that the using HTML, you cannot make it elaborative. ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් ඒකට ලස්සනට පාට දාන්න පුළුවන්, but graphics and also the moving sort of things cannot be created on HTML. HTML is a bit older type of language. So therefore, still the base for a base of the any kind of web page is the HTML. Api HTML වලින් තමයි ලියන්නේ. If you do not know the language, you can use several apps that can convert the things into your language. Api ඉංග්‍රීසි HTML බවට හරවන්න පුළුවන් apps තියෙනවා. අපි ඒක හරහා තමයි මේ වගේ දේවල් කරන්නේ.
I have a doubt, sir. We can use HTML to make like bold letters, italics.
Yeah, you can. Yes, you can.
I mean,
bold or colors. Colors can be, different colors can be used for that. The HTML is having several codes, several facilities given there, but those are, keep in mind, those are basic facilities to create a web page. But from there onwards, as an example, JavaScript, specifically JavaScript is used here to make it more elaborative. ඒක තව ටිකක් ලස්සන කරලා හදලා ගන්න අපි ඒකට JavaScript දා ගන්නවා. Javaත් අපි සමහර specific applications වලදී Javaත් අපි පාවිච්චි කරනවා. Right? And that is how the web page is done. But keep in mind today, to create a web page, you don't need to know about the hypertext markup language, HTML. Instead, you have programs, various different programs that can be used to create the web page. Now, as an example, you can get some web page frames downloaded directly from the web. Web එකෙන්ම අපිට ගන්න පුළුවන් web page එකක් හදන්න ඕන කරන ඒ frame setup එක. Right? So by filling that, what you need is to fill it. Put a picture there and put the text that you need and make the web page that will be automatically converted to the hypertext markup language or the JavaScript or whatever. And that can be automatically done. So that today it is not necessary for you to learn HTML. But keep in mind that the basic language, the basic structure of the web page is done by the HTML. HTML වලින් තමයි මේ වැඩේ කරන්නේ. To be simple. HTML codes බොහොම simple codes. එයා ගොඩක් ඉඩක් ගන්නෙ නෑ. ඒ වගේ එකක් හදන්න කියන්නේ ෆයිල් එක ලොකු නෑ. ෆයිල් එක බොහොම චූටි ෆයිල් එකක්. So that is the importance of HTML. Okay. Not the Java, not the basic, not the English. English language එක අපි language එක පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ. English language කියන්නේ ලියද්දී අපි English නෙමෙයි English අකුරු පාවිච්චි කරනවා, but we use the codes. Code එකේ English අකුරු පාවිච්චි වෙනවා. ඒ වුණාට English language එක නෙමෙයි අපි එතනදී පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ. English language එක පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන් app එකක් උඩදී. තවත් program එකක් උඩදී. But that has to be converted to HTML. That is how web pages are created. Then web page එකක් පෙන්වන්න කිව්වොත් පොඩ්ඩක් ඉන්නකෝ බලන්න මට web page එක HTML එක මම පෙන්වන්න බලන්නම් චුට්ටක් ඉන්න. Okay, once it is completed, so I will show it to you. Right. We'll move on with that. Can you see the questions now? Can you see the question?
Yes, sir.
Awesome.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this question is the select the correct statement on the internet. Select the correct statement on internet. Internet එක ගැන කියවලා තියෙන statement වලින් හරි එකනේ අහන්නේ මෙතන. Sending and receiving data among the computers is termed as internet. sending and receiving data. එහාට මෙහාට දත්ත යවන එක internet. No, it is not so. And I think I mentioned you that internet is the physical connection of high-end computers or the servers worldwide. ලෝකයේ පුරා තියෙන internet එකට serve කරන නැත්නම් server computers ටිකේ physical connection is called the internet. The internet is a globally connected network system facilitating worldwide communication and access to data resources. That is the correct one. Second one, the B here. The owner of the internet is United States of America. No, it is not. There is no. I mentioned last day. No one owns. මම කලින් දීපු උත්තරය. answer question එක, right? Collection of all PCs in the world is termed as internet. No, it is not. Collection of not all PCs. Now, if it is so, your computer should also be a part of the internet. No, it is not so. ඔයාගේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ on කරනවා, off කරනවා, ඕන වෙලාවට internet එකට connect කරනවා, අයින් කරනවා. So those are not, your computer is not a internet. ඒකට අපි internet කියන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක internet එකට අයිති නැහැ. Then the Mark Zuckerberg is the founder of, yes, Facebook. That is correct. Not Viber, not WhatsApp, not Twitter. Which of the following cannot be computer according to the definition? Definition.
Sir, one question, sir. The before question, Mark Zuckerberg also found WhatsApp, isn't it so?
What? Mark Zuckerberg is the founder of, yes, Facebook.
Yeah, but also WhatsApp is also Facebook. So Mark Zuckerberg also found WhatsApp.
No, WhatsApp is not the Mark Zuckerberg's, right? It's a team. There's a team there, right? You look into that and see, not just the Mark Zuckerberg. Right now, which of the following cannot be computer? Right. Next is the which of the following is not the largest social media network? Which of the following is not the largest?
Sir,
media
8th question is missed.
Sorry?
8th question is missed.
No, 8 is the, okay. Which of the following cannot be a computer according to the definition? Right. Computer එකක definition එකනොයි මේක එන්නේ. So computer means it is a collection of devices which can access the data, process it, and give useful information as the outcome or output. That is how to define it. Then the radio operating with short waves. Radio operating with short waves. Which of the following cannot be? Cannot be. So that's the correct answer. Then the remote control TV, yes, it is a computer. You can say that it's a computer because it's having the what is given in the definition. Definition එක කියන එකට හරි මේක. And then the programmable washing machine, yes, it's also having a display and the buttons to control all these things and everything. So it is there that can consider as a computer, And then the scientific calculator, yes, it is also the same. So that all these three can be considered as computers. Whereas radio operating with short waves is an older type, and now new one is operating with the FM and all that. With the short waves, no, it is not, that can't be. It is not a computer. Which of the following is not a largest social media network? Largest, not the largest social media network. Twitter is the largest one. Instagram is the largest network. YouTube is the largest social media network. The answer is the Firefox. Firefox is not a social media network. So the answer is wrong here. And then here it is, which of the following is an operating system? Operating system. Which of the following is an operating system? මේ තියෙන එකෙන් කොයිකද operating system එක? Linux, yes, Linux is operating system. MS Word is not, it's application software only. Adobe, yes, it is application again. And the Paint, it's again application software, not the operating system. Then Steve Chen, Chad, and the Javd are founders of what? And මෙතන ඉන්නවා 3 දෙනෙක්. Founders of what? එක්කෙනෙක් නෙමෙයි. The founder of the YouTube. YouTube එක ලෝකයට අඳුනලා දුන්නේ මේ 3 දෙනා. Right? not the Google, not the Viber. And which of the following CPU brands has the highest global market share? Highest global market, right? CPU brands. Windows is not a CPU brand. Intel is a CPU brand. Yes, that is the highest. That is the highest at the moment. Not the Microsoft, not the AMD. AMD comes second. AMD can do. Then the Google is founded by. Google is founded by. Google hagatte kawuda. Google kale kawuda. Right? So Larry Page, that is true. But not only Larry Page and the Sergey Brin. And the Sergey Brin. That is also in 1998. Larry Page and the Sergey Brin. So this is the answer. No, this is not. This is not. This is the answer. And select the application software from the following. Application software ka yahanne methani. Linux is this is the same. This same question. Kalindas dunna, right? Linux. It's operating system. iOS is operating system. Windows is operating system. Photoshop is the answer, which is a application software. Which of the following is not a computer brand name? Computer brand name no. Dell, it's a brand name. HP, it is a brand name. Then the IBM. IBM is also a brand name, and the Linux is the answer. Linux is not a computer brand name. It is an operating system. LMS stand for, mekath kalin diwa question ekak LMS means learning management system, so you can directly answer the question. Then which of the following cannot be considered as a computer? Computer ekak හැටියට සලකන්න බැරි එක මොකක්ද? Which of the following cannot be considered as a computer? Again, the similar kind of questions like earlier. TV with the remote controller, that can be considered as a computer. Analog wristwatch, it is analog wristwatch. So the normally analog අපි වයින් කරන જાති ඔරලෝසුවක්. Analog wristwatch කියන්නේ එතන ඒක computer එකක් හැටියට ගන්න නෑ. Laptop is correct, AC with the display and remote control is correct, TV with remote control is correct. So answer is this, analog with analog wristwatch.
Sir, එක digital wristwatch එකක් වුණොත් හරිද?
දැන් digital වුණොත් බෑ. digital එකේ අපි එකක් තිබ්බම ඒකේ setting එකක් වෙනස් කරලා ගන්න පුළුවන්. So it is the computer කියන එකේ මොකක්ද facility එක යා දෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ අපිට so that you can see that if there are input, yes, input is there. Input means that you draw the button. ඔයා අර මේ පැත්තේ තියෙන button එක එළියට ඇදලා අතුල press කරපුවාමනේ ආපහු වැඩ කරන්නේ. So that it's a input is there, and also at the same time the time can be changed with that. ඒකත් එක්ක අපි පාවිච්චි කරලා වෙනස් කරනවා. ඒ නිසා input is there, output is the time, and it is running processing within the wristwatch using a processor. So ඒක ඇතුළේ process කරන්නේ මේ processor එකකින්. But in case of the analog wristwatch, it is a kind of mechanical system. ඇතුලේ තියෙන ඔයගොල්ලෝ දන්නවා අපි දන්නවනේ ඒක mechanical කියන්නේ දුන්නක් නේ ඇතුලේ තියෙන්නේ. mechanically වැඩ කරන්නේ. That is not a digital system or the computer like thing. The technology that using USB pen drive, that is, I think I mentioned it earlier, it is the flash technology is the what we use in USB. The same thing is used in the SSD, not in the hard disk, right? Not in the core, not in the logic gate, not the HDD. It's a flash. Select the correct web address. This is the same given earlier. wib.ac.lk. This is the correct one. Others are wrong. Okay, the 20th. Which of the following is a cloud? Cloud storage. Cloud storage. Cloud storage. So from this, Google is not the cloud. Google is having a separate drive that is called Google Drive. OneDrive is a cloud storage. OneDrive can cloud storage. Google can search engine. Google means a search engine. So if you want to mention about the Google Cloud, it is the Google Cloud. Then the Intel is the cloud. Intel is not, which of the following is a cloud storage? Methane cloud storage is a OneDrive. And then the Intel is not a cloud storage. Microsoft is also not a cloud storage, but Microsoft is having a cloud. Microsoft එකේ තියෙනවා cloud එකක්. හැබැයි ඒකට Microsoft කියලා නෙමෙයි කියන්නේ. Right? Right, now that's all. That's the 20 questions. That is easy. That is how two of them got 100 marks. Very good, those two. And the others are, I mean, most of you got the marks 95, 100, 90, like that. So that just a minute, we'll look into that again. How many of you tried now? It is 68 by now. 68 by now. And there are 300. Three people scored 100. Dayaratna, Walpita, 2 ladies, and Fahim. Then large number of 95s, 90s. Likewise, the average become 72. Average becomes 72. Here you are. 0 to 5 are there. What happened to this? He or she, I don't know. 20 to 25, not good at all. 30 to 35, not good. 40 to 45, again, having problems, right? There are 2 here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 students, very weak. So that you have to do something by yourself. ඔගොල්ලෝ පොඩ්ඩක් මේව බලාගෙන notes බලාගෙන චුට්ටක් ඉගෙනගෙන හැදිලා එන්නට ඕනේ. Right? Otherwise it will be a problem. Right? Okay, now it's almost 2. So let's come to the next section. So I will stop sharing here. And the next is the applications. What we call applications means, if I say applications, you think about big programs. No, what I'm discussing here, what we need to know something about is just the apps. Apps means a small program. It's a program. It's also a program, but it's a small program, right? Most of those apps are created to run on mobile phones. අපි ඔය apps කියලා කියන ඒවා අපි පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ඒ apps කියන වර්ගයේ mobile phones වලදී. In case of a program, that is big ones. අපි program එකක් කියන්නේ අර සාමාන්‍ය app එකකට වැඩිය ටිකක් ලොකුවට ලියපු program එකක්. So those are run on laptops or desktop or whatever the computers. The computers වලට අපි හදන ඒවාට අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් apps කියන්නේ. So those are application software, that is true. But normally it is called a software or a program. අපි එක program එකක් කියන සමහරලාට අපි software එකක් කියලා කියන සමහරලාට එහෙම තමයි කියන්නේ. But if you just say app is specifically designed to run on mobile phones. But keep in mind that WhatsApp is also it is also app. එකට අපි කියන්නේ app එකක් කියලා. Social media, but we call it's a app. So app is running on the mobile. But in case of WhatsApp, you know that you can run WhatsApp on a computer as well. Computer එකේ පුළුවන් WhatsApp run කරන්න. Viber පුළුවන්. Right? The Facebook or පුළුවන්. But the smaller version of those are there in the mobile phone. But to use the WhatsApp, you know that first you have to install it on the mobile phone. Then only that can be taken onto the computer. Viber එකත් එහෙමයි. අපි that is mobile bound sort of program, and the app separate app is there. So apps are normally installed on mobile phones. AK extension එකක් හැටියට. So if you want to extend it into a computer, yeah, that is possible. Extend කරන්න දෙනවා. But app is basically done for the mobile phone. Mobile phone එකට තමයි app එක ගන්නෙ. Now keep in mind that there are large number of apps developed specifically for agriculture purposes or botany, zoology like subjects. Apita danata web එකේ ඔගොල්ලෝ ගිහින් බැලුවොත්, if you search the web, you can see that there are thousands of apps. Thousands of apps developed specifically for the agriculture and botany, zoology subjects. ඒවට උපකාර කරන්න පුළුවන් apps ගොඩක් තියෙනවා develop කරලා. Now as an example, if you want to identify a plant by just getting a photograph using your mobile and then uploading it into the app, what is called plant snap. Example like plant snap. When you upload it, then the system will identify the plant and the similar kind of plants will be shown with the suggestion. Yeah, suggest කරනවා මෙන්න මේක වෙන්න ඕනේ කියලා මේක ඒත් එක්කම තව ඒවා ටිකක් දෙනවා for our benefit, so that now we can compare it further with those photographs whether it is 100% matching with what we need or what we need to identify. Then so the similar way, there are so many apps. Like if you want to identify insect, if you identify a plant disease or animal disease, if you want to identify a plant, if you want to get the name, if you want to identify a flower, if you want to identify a crop, or else if you identify a soil. So that kind of things are also available with the app. But keep in mind that since all these are programs, those may not be 100% perfect, but almost 99% that they will give you the correct, let's say, judgment. Now, as an example, let's say if you want to identify a plant, so you can get a photograph of the leaf, or else if there is a flower, you can get the photograph of a flower and upload it into the system, into this app. Then that will compare. It allows you to compare those things within its database, already identified. So that if there is matching, that will come out. And it will suggest you that this should be this one, but similar kinds, similar types of things are also there. Now these are the pictures. So that is how you can get that. So likewise, these kind of apps are there, and see what sort of apps are available. ඔයගොල්ලෝ බලන්න වෙබ් එකට ගිහිල්ලා agriculture related නැත්තම් botany නැත්තම් zoology ඔය ටික තමයි අපිට එන සාමාන්‍ය ඒවා. එහෙම නැත්තම් plant pathology related. So we can ask the apps like plant pathogen related apps කියලා type කරා නම් ඔයාට ගොල්ලන්ට apps ගන්න පුළුවන්. Right? මේ apps මොනවද කියලා අපි බලමු පොඩ්ඩක්. So there is a document given. මම document එක open කරන්න. Right, here you are. Apps for agriculture. Now, some of the bits, this is bit older. I could not upload, I could not update this. මේක මම update කළේ නැහැ. Update කරන්න හම්බුන්නේ නැහැ. So these are some applications that you can use for agriculture. Now, some of those are created or the uploaded specifically to suit to a country. සමහර ඒවා ඒ රටේ එක ප්‍රදේශයකට විතරක් හදපු ඒවා අපිට මේ වෙබ් එකේ තියෙන ගන්න. So if you can get it adapted to your system, yes, probably you can, but some can use to the whole world. Worldwide, that is acceptable. සමහර ඒවා යන්න පුළුවන් ද නැසනේ ArcGIS. දැන් මේ ArcGIS කියන එක that is coming free and you can use at any location in this world. The some are restricted to some places. Now as an example, Go Texan. This is for the specifically for the Texas in USA. ඒගොල්ලන්ට හරියන විදිහට තමයි මේක හදලා තියෙන්නේ. අපි try කරලා බලන්න පුළුවන් අපිට. හරි ගියොත් එහෙමයි නැත්නම් හරියන්නේ නැහැ. ඉතින් අයින් කරන්න වෙනවා. So there are two platforms normally. One is for iOS, that means Apple, and other Android. Some are having iOS and Android both. දෙකටම හරියන්න තියෙනවා. සමහර ඒවා තියෙන iOS විතරයි, right? Google Earth, you know that. Google Earth කියන එක කවුරුත් දන්නවා. ඔයගොල්ලෝ පාවිච්චි කරනවා. දැකලා තියෙනවා. දැකලා නැත්නම් බලන්න Google Earth can be used in agriculture. Agriculture වලට Google Earth වැදගත් අපිට පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන්. Both it is available both for iOS and Android, that is free of charge. මේක නිකන් අපිට හම්බ වෙන එක, right? And ArcGIS is also coming free, that can be used for the GIS applications. Then likewise you can go through it. These are some of the examples only. There may be new ones, so that you can try those out with one you can try these one by one. Make එකට එකක් බලන්න. Now soil web, I know that this is working and this can work. You can make use of this for the Sri Lanka as well, but that is specifically made for the USA. මේක හදලා තියෙන්නේ USA වලටමයි. USDA National Resources Conservation Services ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ soil survey එකට තමයි හදලා තියෙන්නේ, but you know that can be used in Sri Lanka. මේක පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන්, right? And soil test, weather channel, weather underground, agweb, yes, that is important. Virtual farm manager. May පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන්, right? Spray. And even if this one, you know that some of the plants are invasive, but this cannot be used here in Sri Lanka because our invasive species has not been stated here. I mean, not been fed here. අපේ රටේ invasive කියන්නේ මොනවද කියන එක මේ database එකේ නැහැ. ඒක නිසා අපිට මේක පාවිච්චි කරලා වැඩක් ගන්න බෑ. But if you try to build a similar kind of app with the invasive list, Sri Lanka invasive list, then you can do that. මේක අපිට වැඩ ගන්න බෑ. නමුත් මේකෙන් බලාගෙන ඕන මේකේ තියෙන setup එකත් බලාගෙන ඕන නම් අපිට එකක් හදන්න පුළුවන්. So that can be done, right? So all these are like that. So anyway, what I wanted to highlight is that there are apps like this. Now this for the livestock. It's a livestock manager. මෙන්න මේක මෙහි පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන් එකක්. Right? Livestock manager. So likewise, there are some apps that you can use here, or else more than this, what I want to highlight is that just try to see this. Now try to work on this. මේවා එකක් දිහා වැඩ කරන එක පොඩ්ඩක් බලන්න. බලලා you can develop an app by yourself. App development courses are available on the web. මම ඔයගොල්ලන්ට කලින් දවසේ පෙන්නුවා ඒ වගේ free තියෙනවා ඕන තරම්. How to develop an app? Not very difficult. Sometimes you know that the students in grade 7, 8 are also now developing apps. It's a very simple thing to develop. One thing is, the most important thing is you have to identify the most important thing. Once the අපට අවශ්‍ය කරන නැත්තම් කරන්න ඕනේ දේ මොකක්ද කියන එක හරිය අවබෝධයක් තියෙනවා නම් ඒක කරන්න ඕන කරන විදිහේ data ටිකක් අපිට ගන්න පුළුවන් නම් කොහෙන්ද data ගන්න කියලා හිතා ගන්න පුළුවන් නම් ඒ data වලින් database එකක් හදලා ඒකෙන් call කරන්න පුළුවන් අපිට ඕන දේවල් බලන්න. So what you need to do is to develop a database from getting the data. Data input එකක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒකට අපි කොහෙන්ද data ගන්නෙ මොනවද ගන්න data කියන එක decide කරගත්තොත් ඒකෙන් database එක develop කරගත හැකියි. Then the using the them onto the screen. අපි අර button එකක් press කරපුවාම අන්න ඒ ටික හොයලා අතනට දෙනවා. Now as an example, let's say if you want to identify the flowers. So what you need is to get the photographs of the flowers with its name and other information. ඒ මල ගැන විස්තරයක් දාපු අපි database එකක් හදාගන්නවා. Simple now, think simple. Right? So you can have the photographs of all these things, and then with that you need to have a description. අපි identify කරගන්න ඕන හරියට botanical names has to be there, and then the shape of the plants, you know, the phenological characters. So characters ගොඩක් අපි කතා කරනවා ඔය plant එක. අන්නේ characters ටික ඔක්කොම මේක දාලා අපි දැන් database එකකට feed කරලා තියෙනවා. ගන්නවා, right? So වරින් වර දැන් හම්බෙනකොට දාලා feed කරලා අරක හදනවා database එක. So then what you need is that once the photograph is sent, then you need to match that flower with the flowers in the database. Then අපි ලියා ගන්නවා ඒ program එක මේක ඇතුලේ තියෙන මේවත් එක match කරලා බලන්න. බලලා most matching photograph එක මොකක්ද කියලා පෙන්වන්න. So then that has already been identified. The information is there. So information is shown on the screen. Then screen එකේ පෙන්වනවා. That is what happened. So that you can do it using a mobile. Mobile එකක් පාවිච්චි කරලා කොහේ හරි එක තැනක තියෙන පින්තූරේ දැන් මෙතනට අරගෙන load කරපුවාම app එකට upload කරපුවාම මෙතනින් මේ බලනවා අපි database එකේ ඒක check කරලා. So that is such a simple thing, right? So the what is called output අපි අරකින් ඒක බලලා පෙන්නන එක. So you can call those things once match that can be taken onto the screen and show the person who needs to identify. ඒක කරන්න පුළුවන්. It's a simple concept. So I'm not going to give you the details here, but it is possible. So if you want to, you can learn how to do it very quickly. ඒක අමාරු දෙයක් නෙමෙයි. ළමයි දැන් ඔය YouTube එකේ now if you go to YouTube, there are short lessons how to do it, how to develop it and things like that. If it is not so, there are other courses also, free courses that you can follow and do the thing quickly. Right? මේක අමාරු දෙයක් නෙමෙයි. හරි ලේසියෙන් මේ වැඩේ කළ හැකියි. Now in fact, as I mentioned you earlier, plant snap is one thing. I will show it to you. Plant snap. Can you see this? I think you can, right? Here is the Plant Snap app for plant identification. මේක ගිහිල්ලා ඔයගලන්ට මං හිතන්නේ ඔයගලන්ගේ මොබයිල් එක තියෙනවා. මොබයිල් එකේ install කරලා බලන්න. Plant Snap. That is one example. So I'll give you examples here. One is the Plant Snap. So that even with my mobile, with this mobile, I can see a mango plant from here through my window. So from here, if I can get the photograph here like this, and then that can be identified here. So making it bigger, ඔයගොල්ලෝ දන්නවා අපිට මේක enlarge කරලා photo එකක් ගන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ enlarge කරපු photo එකෙන් මේකට feed කරොත් මට බලා ගන්න පුළුවන් මේකේ නම මොකක්ද කියලා. So botanical name will be given, and some similar photographs will also be uploaded here, and then you can see those things as well. So that is one such app, Plant Snap. So let's give me a few minutes.
සර් මොකක් කියලාද සර්ච් කරන්න කිව්වේ?
Plant Snap. PLANTSNAP. Plant Snap. And you can get it. ඒක ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ gallery එකේ තියෙනවා. ඔයගොල්ලෝ now if you can go to the I mean it depends on what you have, what sort of mobile phone you have. ඒක iOS එක නැත්නම් අපි හිතමු iPhone එකක් නම් iPhone එකේ what is the gallery is called මොකද්ද gallery එකේ තියෙන්නේ not the gallery I mean the apps app gallery වෙන්නේ නැති I can't exactly remember what they are අන්නේ app එක ඒක ඇතුලේ තියෙනවා or else you can go to the website
Store,
and get it downloaded.
Sir, App Store.
App Store, yes. App Store. When you go to the App Store and type Plant Snap, then you can get it. ඒක ඇති. එහෙම නැත්නම් website එකට ගිහිල්ලා ඒක download කරලා අරගෙන install කරන්න.
Thank
And
you,
try it
sir.
out. So likewise, there are so many. I think I have a list of things here. Just a minute. Snapseed probably, yes, that's right. So yeah, probably there may be some map that you are using. Yeah, what I am using on my mobile is the Leaf Snap, Insect Pest, Plant Snap, and wait, another one is the Pest, P-E-S-T, Pest. Those are the apps that I have on my mobile at the moment. So that those are working perfect. Perfect means not 100%, but at least 99% good. Best step. Just a minute, I'll try. You try the some of the apps there. So I have, but I cannot show it because that's on my mobile and the websites are there. There are several pest apps on Androids. Android උඩට ගිහින් බලන්න and Android phones වල බලන්න pest app තියෙනවා is according to here pest related 14 pest related apps are there. Pest identification වලට 14ක් තියෙනවා කියලා මේ වෙබ් එකේ පෙන්නනවා. If you want to get something like, plant identifying, plant there are several apps like Planto, 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 Plant Snap, that is what I'm using there. Then AI plant identifier, then the leaf snap, that is what I use, what I use, and the Plantix, that is also a good one. Plantix, Plantyx for identification of the plants. Plants identify කරන්න තමයි ඔය ටික තියෙන්නේ. And then also plant net කියලා එකකුත් තියෙනවා. So you better try some of those things and see which one is most suitable for you, for operations, easiness in identifying, and probably some of these are made not for our tropical areas, but for the other areas in the world. But find out something that is highly specified to tropical region. Tropical region එකක් තමයි අපිට හරියන්නේ. Plant snap කියන එක මේ ඒවට හරියනවා, right? And leaf snap is also right. And then the flower identification are there, and then the various disease identification apps are there. So those are the apps. Even the soil, just a minute. I think I mentioned you earlier that the Soil Web app, Soil Web, it is specifically done for USA, but still that can be used. That is for Android. In Google Play, it is there, Soil Web. Then soil info app. Soil info app is there. My soil app is there. So there are so many different names here. Soil/app. Soil MAPP. Soil map. So likewise, there are so many apps. Did you try plant snap or a leaf snap? දාන්න බලන්න කාට හරි කවුරු හරි කරපු ගත්ත කෙනෙක්. You try it out. Now you can, if you want to, you can type and search the web using the keyword agriculture related apps. There are large number of apps, right? Maybe thousands. Agriculture related. Most related would be somewhere around, for you, most related would be somewhere around 100. අඩුගානේ 100ක් තියෙනවා හොයා ගන්න පුළුවන්. So that you can try some of those out, and if those are not good for you or it is difficult to use, then you can remove them. ඔයගොල්ලෝ uninstall කරලා දාන්න ඒක. Install කරලා තියාගන්න ඒ වගේ නිතර පාවිච්චි කරන කීපයක්. Now when we go to the field, now why I have this is that when I go to the field, if I cannot identify a weed, then I use this mobile phone to get a photograph and then upload it and see what it is. දැන් අපිට සමහරවිට field එකට ගියාම මොනවට හරි අපි අඳුරන්නේ නැති weed එකක් තියෙනවා නම් මේක පාවිච්චි කරලා තමයි identify කරගන්නේ මොකක්ද කියලා. And then you can find the information from the internet. අපි නම දන්නවා නම් ඊට පස්සේ ඒකේ විස්තරයක් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් එකෙන් හොයාගන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙම තමයි ඉගෙන ගන්න. So that we also do not know, we cannot identify all the plants. So we are having several thousands of the plants here in Sri Lanka. I mean, tropical region එකේ එහෙම තමයි. Plants ගාන 10 ගානක්. අපිට ඒවා ඔක්කොම identify කරන්න බෑ. අපි දන්න දිගස්නේ වැඩිපුර තියෙන්නේ දන්නවට වඩා. So therefore, it's very important to have a sort of app like this. ඒ වගේ app එකක් තියෙන එක හරි වැදගත්. ඒක නිසා අමාරුයි නැත්තම් කරන්න. අපි සමහරට මල හුඟක් වෙලාවට පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ මලයි කොළේයි දෙකම to identify it for perfect identification. ගහක් හරියටම identify කරන්න නම් කොළෙන් විතරක් බෑ. කොළේයි මලයි දෙකම ඕනේ. ඒ දෙකම බැරි වුණොත් ඊට එහා තව තියෙනවා characters ගොඩක් අපි පාවිච්චි කරන. So that to identify a tree to become 100% perfect, then you need to get a photograph of a leaf, complete leaf, and the flower. Then mostly you can do that. ඒ දෙකෙන් හුඟක් වෙලාවට identify කරන්න පුළුවන්. If it is not so, then you have to see the bark characters. අපි ඒකේ පිටින් අර කඳේ තියෙන bark characters පාවිච්චි කරනවා. And the shape of the plant, shape of the whole tree will also be used for that. And also the stamens. ඒකේ මලේ තියෙන තව අපි මල කපලා ඇතුලේ තියෙන ඒවා පිළිබඳව හොයනවා. හොයලා ඔන්න වගේ එතනින් එහාට තව යන්න පුළුවන් අපිට identify කරන්න. But basically with the leaf shape and the characters of the leaf එකේ venation එක ඒකේ මොනවාද venation කියන්නේ ඒකේ අර පේන්නේ අන්තිමට කොලේ දිරපුවාම දැලක් වගේ පේන්නේ අන්න ඒ pattern එක ඒක පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන්. So likewise there are so many characters that we can use for them. Number of stamens ගාන අපි ගන්නවා, and the number of petals, number of sepals, ඒකේ මණි පත්‍ර කොච්චරද මේවාගේ පෙති කොච්චරද ඔවා පාවිච්චි කරලා අපිට identify කරන්න පුළුවන්. So thereby you can identify using this kind of apps. So since you have the mobile with you, then you can use those apps very easily. And if you want to identify a butterfly, so you can do it with the apps, right? So butterfly identification apps are separately available, and also for the insects කෙනෙක්ගේ butterfly ලා තියෙනවා. Insects ලා ඔයගලන්ට identify කරගන්න ඕනේ දාගන්න app එකක් දාලා try කරලා බලන්න. You try yourself, right? Whether that can be used successfully පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන් එකක් හොයාගන්න එකක්. So when you go to the field, then you can use those kind of facilities. So it's there with you, right? So that is how we can use this, but keep in mind for all these things, you need to have the internet connectivity. Internet connection එක ඕනේ. So that is the future. ඕක තමයි අනාගතේ ඔය ඕවා පාවිච්චි කරමින් තමයි අපි ඕවා ඔක්කොම කරන්නේ. So now we don't use the books anymore. And everything will be on the digital sites. So අපි ඉස්සර නම් සතෙක් identify කරන්න ඕන අපිට පොත් තිබුණා පොත් පෙරලා හොයලා බලලා ඒවැ characters බලලා තමයි අපි ඕවා කරන්නේ. So we go through the books and we examine its characters and match it with the what is written there, what is shown there in the book. That is how we identified earlier. But now what we are going to do in the future, now is that everything is done on the mobile or the computer, right? We match with the photographs. Api photograph එක නැත්තම් අපි okay. So if you want to study its characters further, I mean we make a video. අපි බලනවා video එකකින් එයා move වෙන්නේ කොහොමද? එයාගේ අනිත් view එක. So how structures are moving and things like that. That is how we are doing it now. And therefore it is easy for you to do that even in the future. I mean, I haven't find anything yet, but in the future, probably when you point your mobile phone onto a live specimen, the specimen will be moving here and there. And as an example, let's say the butterfly කෙනෙක් අපි හිතමුකෝ පියාඹනකොට හරි යා move වෙනකොට ඒ රෙකෝඩ් එක ඔයගොල්ලෝ එතනින් අල්ලගෙන ඉන්නකොට ඒ ඇප්ලිකේෂන් එකෙන් එයාගේ මූවමන්ට් ඇත්තටම මෙයාගේ කලර් එක ඒ ඔක්කොම බලලා බටර්ෆ්ලයි කවුද කියලා අයිඩෙන්ටිෆයි කරන්න පුළුවන් apps it's being developed. ඒවා develop වෙමින් පවතිනවා. So දැනටත් ඇති, but I haven't seen any successful that sort of things yet. So with the AI, artificial intelligence, that will be done, right? Artificial intelligence selling tamai eka karanne automatically identifications, those are done through the apps. So you get the facility. So that will be the future. Anagathedi wenne onno homa dewal. So everything will come on to the mobile, and mobile will develop further. And the data, all the data will be there in the clouds. Nothing with you, probably not on CDs, DVDs, or whatever the media that we have. And you can human is trying to free up all these things and carry a single device here and there and do all these things. ගෙදරට බඩු ඕඩර් කරන්න ඕන ගන්න ඕන නම් දැනටත් කරන්නේ සමහර දැන් රටවල් වල mobile එක ගත්තා ස්ටෝර් එකට ගියා එතනින් ඕඩර් කළා ගෙදරට බඩු ගෙන්න ගත්තා. So they don't move. So that's the future. I don't know how to operate it in here in Sri Lanka. So how long will it take to get all these things here in Sri Lanka? But that's going to be the life. So all depends on IT. So that is the thing. So agriculture will also be the same, but keep in mind that everything cannot be done by IT agriculture. Anyway, we have to grow the plant. Otherwise, we can't get the yield. අපිට yield එකක් ඕනනේ නැත්තම් කරන්න බෑ. ඒවා IT වලින් කරන්න පුළුවන් ඒවා නෙමෙයි. එහෙම හදන්න පුළුවන් ඒවා නෙමෙයි. So that we have to grow the plant anyhow. We have to grow the plant. But growth can be monitored and necessary supplies can be given by the IT support. Without human interference, probably we can grow a plant. ගහක් අපිට හදන්න පුළුවන් වේවි. අපි කවුරුවත් බලන්නේ නැතුව by the support of the computers. Computers වලින්ම උමනා දේවල් කරලා ගහ හදා ගන්න පුළුවන් වෙයි. හැබැයි ඉතින් කම්පියුටරෙන් ගහ මේ නිර්මාණය කරන්න බෑ. That cannot be done, but it has to be a live plant. So that is how it goes. So that is what I wanted to highlight at the end. Somebody says snap seed. Yes. To identification of the seed and the characters of the seed can be found there. ඒකේ තියෙනවා seed ගැන විස්තරයක් සහ seed එකක් identify කරගන්න ඕනොත් මොකද්ද කරන්නේ කොහොමද කරන්නේ කියන එක. බලන්න ඒවා කොච්චර helpful. I mean you people are interested on different fields. Right? You are interested in some may interest in pest, identification of the pest. සමහර කෙනෙක් කැමති වෙයි ගස්වල attack කරන diseases මොනවද? ඒවට එන pestලා කවුද? ඒගොල්ලන් identify කරන ඒගොල්ලන්ට treatment මොනවද? ඔය වගේ දේවල් දැනගන්න. සමහර කෙනෙක් කැමති වෙයි plant එකක් identify කරගන්න. ඒ plant එක කොයි හැදෙන එකක්ද කොහොම එකක්ද විස්තරයක් බලා ගන්න. ඒ වගේම ඒකෙන් කරන්න පුළුවන් දේවල් මොනවද? ඒකේ plant එකේ importance එක මොකක්ද? එහෙම දේවල් හොයාගන්න. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ දේවල් that sort of apps are developed by what is called participatory system. ඒවට තමයි අපි නමක් දෙන්නේ wiki කියලා. wiki systems. Wiki means building up something with the participation of several people. අපි කට්ටියක් එකතු වෙලා develop කරගන්න එක කාටවත් අයිති නෑ. Those are the participatory. But keep in mind that now there are companies who are making apps. The Plant Snap is also like that, right? They are developing the initial part of it. Then ask the users to feed the data. We are automatically feeding. Now, I automatically feeding can. The Plant Snap එකට අපි මොකද කරන්නේ? අපි ෆොටෝ එකක් කරන් දානවා ඒකට. එතකොට තමයි ඒකේ database එකකින් මොකක්ද ඒක හරියටම කියලා හොයාගෙන අපිට පෙන්නන්නේ. Then that means you are feeding something. Then ඔයා ඔන්න feed කළා එක. Now there is a special group, specialists are there. They looked into that, and then if it is a new one, if a new type of plant or whatever, so they identify it and put it into this. So that can benefit others, but keep in mind that the database is developed by you and the other people. ඒ විදිහේ දාන අය තමයි අරක හදන්නේ. කාලයක් යනකොට it will become a very strong database. ඒගොල්ලන්ට ගිහිල්ලා තැන් වල ගිහිල්ලා බලලා කරන්න ඕනේ ඒක අපි කරලා දෙනවා මෙහිඳ. So that is what happens in the Google Maps as well. Google Maps develop වෙන්නේ කොහොමද? ඒක එහාට යට ඔය කරන data ඔක්කොම අපි දකින්නේ කොහොමද? කවුරු හරි ගන්න ඒවා. කවුරු හරි යනකොට ගන්නවා. And also the Google street view වගේ එකක් නම් ඒගොල්ලෝ ගන්න Google මයි ඒවා street view එකට feed කරන්නේ. But the other photographs ඔයගොල්ලෝ දන්නවා යනකොට කොහේ හරි දැන් අපි Google Map එකේ location එකක් පෙන්නලා ඒකේ වටේ තියෙන මොනවද කියලා පෙන්වන්න කිව්වොත් එහෙම ඒ photograph ගොඩ ඔයගොල්ලන්ට පෙන්නනවා. So the large quantity of frames can be seen. So that is who took these photographs. That has been taken by the people, general people, and they feed it into this. And thereby, the database is automatically building up. එක ඉබේම build up වෙනවා. ඒවා තමයි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ඔය වෙන්නේ වෙලා අන්තිමට හොඳ database එකක් develop වෙනවා so that the only problem is in case of something like a world war or something like that, all the information is there with American people. Or hadden hunga deval American based, not everything, but you know, most of those are American based. So therefore, knowingly or unknowingly, we are giving the support for them to develop it, but we are also getting benefits. Apit ekin benefit එකක් ගන්නවා. ඒක නිසා තමයි අපි මේ වැඩේ කරන්නේ. You cannot avoid it, right? That's the thing. So it doesn't matter what to do. We as the country at this moment at the bottom, so we are helpless. We can't do anything. So other than giving, other than feeding all these things into this system. That is how we use this. So don't worry too much about those things anyway. That's the real situation. ඒක තමයි ඇත්ත. ලෝකේ අනික් රටවල් විසින් ඔය පොඩි දෙයක් මොන හරි කරලා දුන්නාම සමහර ලාවට ඒකට අපිම ඔක්කොම හොයලා දාලා හදලා දෙනවා. ඉතින් ලෝකෙම මිනිස්සු ඒ වැඩේ කරනවා. එහෙම තමයි ඒවා හැදෙන්නේ. Right, now the time is almost 3 o'clock. So I will stop here and you try that. You try those apps and see how to use these apps there. That is the place where we can see the IT can be simply used by the agriculturist. දැන් මේ වෙනකොට agriculture කරන කෙනෙකුට නිකන් බොහොම සරල විදිහට ගන්න පුළුවන් හොඳ සර්විස් එකක් තමයි ඔය apps හරහා අපි ගන්නෙ. So apps are giving a support for anybody. Now if you go somewhere, if you want to identify something, it's a plant, that may be an animal, that may be a pest or else other animal or the bird or whatever. So all the apps are there. Bird identification apps so that you can identify the birds. So likewise, try all these things, but keep in mind depending on the type of the phone and the memory available with you. So some of the apps has to be uninstalled to install new ones because of the limitation of the of your disk inside. In disk එකේ ප්‍රමාණය කොච්චර තියෙනවද තව ස්පේස් එක ස්ටෝරේජ් එකේ තියෙනවද කියන එක මත වෙනස් කරගන්න වෙයි. අයින් කරලා හොඳ ඒවා ටික තියාගන්න. ඒකේ වැඩක් කරන්න. Right? Okay. Then the day for the assessment, is it Wednesday or any other day? If I say Wednesday, is there anybody who cannot do it or having some sort of problem? Wednesday night at 8 or 10. What is the most preferred time? Oh, I can set it to 12 midnight if you want to. It doesn't matter. Wednesday. Yes, third Wednesday. Third Wednesday, can I say at 8 o'clock? Badada atata තියෙනවා, right? Now how many of you cannot attend on Wednesday? Wednesday එක්කෙනෙක් බෑ කියලා මට කියනවා. If it is so, බෑ කියනවා නම් පුළුවන් දවසත් කියන්න. අනික් අයට පුළුවන් දාන්න. It is not a problem for me. Day or the time is not a problem. So one is having, one like to have it on Thursday. What about the others? Put it into the chat if having problem. Yeah, Thursday 4th. Thursday the 4th. Right, seems to be okay Thursday, right? Now, what happens here is that now if I set it to 8, I will allow you to log in till 8:15. විනාඩි 15ක් දෙනවා log වෙන්න ඉඩ තියලා. Can I mama attatali tibbot, if I set it to 8, you can log in at 8, 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 8:15. You get the full time. Full time means actually, so what I set here is 20 questions, 30 minutes. Questions විස්සයි විනාඩි 30යි. එතකොට විනාඩි 30ක් ඇතුළත ඔයගොල්ලෝ ලියන්න ඕනේ මම 8ට ඕපන් කරනවා. ඔයගලන්ට 8යි කාල වෙනකන් ලොග් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ කියන්නේ 8යි කාලට ලොග් වෙච්ච කෙනෙකුටත් පැය භාගෙ ගන්න පුළුවන් 8:45ට ඉවර වෙනවා. But by 8:45 the session will be closed. 8:45ට completely close වෙනවා. අපි හිතමුකෝ 8:20ට කවුරු හරි ලොග් වුණොත් 8:45ට ලොග් වෙන නිසා එයාට හම්බෙන්නේ විනාඩි 25යි. Right? You got the idea? Correct? That is how it happens. Harini, there is a multiple answer question so that there may be one or more. There may be one. එකක් වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. දෙකක් වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. තුනක් වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. හතරක් වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. There are 5 answers here so that all 5 may be correct.
So from 8 to what time, sir?
It's starting at 8. That means 8 to 8. Now, if you start at 8, this will be over by 8:30. අටහමාරට ඉවරයි එතකොට ඔයාට. කවුරු හරි 8යි කාලට ලොග් වුණොත් 8:45ට ඉවරයි. So anyhow, the whole session will be closed by 8:45. 8:45න් පස්සේ ඔයගොල්ලන්ට ওই link එක පේන්නේ නැහැ. Link එක පේන්න පටන් ගන්නේ 8ට. So that will be appeared at 8 o'clock at night and that will be disappear at 8:45. So by 8:45 everything will be closed. So that you have to try in between. So you have to log either starting from 8 you can log on up to 8:15. ඒ විනාඩි 15ක් මම දෙනවා ඔයගොල්ලන්ට log වෙන්න ඉඩ. If somebody logged in 8:14 8:14ට log වුණා කියන්නකෝ. එයාට ඉඩ තියෙනවා පැය භාගයේ යන්නේ 8:44ට. 8:44ට එයාගේ ඉවර වෙනවා. 8:45ට close වෙනවා completely. Right? You got the idea? Any other question? Any other question? It seems that there is no question, right? Can we have it at 10 p.m.? Yeah, 10 p.m. Just a minute. Can we have it at 10? No, 10ට ඉල්ලනවා එක්කෙනෙක්. Can I just at 9 p.m. එක්කෙනෙක් 9ට ඉල්ලනවා. දැන් මට ඔක්කොම කියනවා නම් කරන්න බෑ. We will join after work. Can we adjust the time? I can adjust the time to 10 if you want to. එහෙනම් 10ට තියන්නද? Can I set it to 10? Everybody is coming, right? To your home or the boarding or whatever. Right? So okay, we'll set it at 10. හැමෝම මං හිතන්නේ 10 වලට ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. Thursday at 10, huh? Thursday, yes. මම ඉඩ දෙන්නේ නැහැ ඒකට. I mean, not necessary to do so, right? So I will start at 10, right? Link at 10. And then that will be open till 10:15. And then you can do it up to 10:45. That will be given up to 10:45. ඒ අතර කොයි වෙලාවකවත් කරන්නයි කියලා දෙන්නේ නැහැ. Right? Okay? Okay, now it is okay. I'll fix it now.
Sir,
Can you upload e-agriculture slide presentation? Yes, I will do that. Not the slide actually. So there is a document there. Slide is there. So I will upload it. Okay. Now I will write the thing. Yes. What is your question?
Can you describe how to do multiple questions to answers?
Now I gave you a multiple correct answer question set earlier. So still it is there. So you can do it now and see how to do this. So it is available on the web. දැනටත් තියෙනවා මගේ link එක මම දීපු link එක. ඒ link එකේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ කරලා බලන්න. වැරද්දක් ඔය හරි ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා නම් මොකක් හරි කරන්න බැරි ලොකු ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා මට කෝල් එකක් දෙන්න. දැනට ඔයගොල්ලන්ට කරලා බලන්න පුළුවන් ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, now finally what we are going to do is the link will appear at 10 o'clock 10 p.m. on 4th Thursday. On 4th Thursday, right? And 20 questions. I'm typing it, right? 20 questions and 30 minutes allowed. 30 minutes allowed. And you can log in till 10:15 p.m. to get full time. Right, here you are. You can see it. Link will appear at 10 p.m. on 4th Thursday. 20 questions and 30 minutes allowed. Can log in till 1L missing till 10:15 p.m. to get full time. No harm for anybody, so that you can do that. Right. All the best for this assessment, and that is the marks that you get for this subject, and wish you all the best. I will remain here and have a good day.